Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to wait a bit, sorry. Oh my god, dude. What a terrible sleep. What a cursed sleep. Yeah, I know I'm late. What's up? If it makes you feel any better, I spent all that time eating. No break time for me. No, no. I mean, I guess eating is break time. Look, I need breakfast before I stream, okay? You want me to be grumpy or not? What's up? Eating what? I had a Pop Tart and some yogurt. Uh, oh my god. I'm gonna need to wake myself up. What is this? Um, Wegen eines Rechtsbegehrens ist dieser Inhalt in deinem Land nicht verfügbar. Poopenfarten. What does this mean? What what does it mean? Access to the subreddit was blocked in Germany because it's pro-Palestine. Dude, I'm so fucking glad I live in a country with actual free speech. I know Euroids get mad at me whenever I say this, but like, no, yeah, like you can fucking pretend otherwise, but holy shit, dude. Germany, France, the UK are so far behind the United States when it comes to freedom of speech. This is one of the reasons why I don't support hate speech laws, because like Germany has laws that can get you arrested if you're a Nazi, and like that's based conceptually. But if you have a bunch of Zionist dipshits in power, then they're like, ah, well, actually, since being pro-Palestine is anti-Semitic, is that not a form of Nazism? Um, like it's so easy to weaponize. Germany's free speech is so cucked. I've had to pirate games for my German friends because Gory games are banned there. Yeah, I remember back when I used to play TF2, there was like a bunch of hubbub because they did like a TF2 update. And in Germany, like when people get hurt, there's no blood, or it's like gears and bolts or something. I don't know. Yeah, oh, look, all I'm saying is that Germany's anti-hate speech laws clearly aren't doing shit when the AfD is rapidly rising in popularity. Maybe like applying the laws to specific types of speech is not actually a good metric for barring the worst political actors in your country because they can just like circumvent that specific speech while keeping the same principal beliefs. Um, Can they even play Wolfenstein in Germany? I'm pretty sure in Germany you can have media that displays swastikas if it's being done for an artistic reason that is not the glorification of the swastikas. I think it's censored. Wait, really? In Wolfenstein? As of 1 year ago, Wolfenstein 3D has been unbanned and officially released in Germany. Isn't Wolfenstein 3D the first one? Like, not just the first Wolfenstein game, but like the first game? It took them that long? Okay. Wolfenstein: The New Order will be censored not only Dude, what are these laws doing? How can anti-Nazi laws possibly lead you to censor the Wolfenstein games? Do you know what the point of those games are? When you play like a Jewish golem who's like 6'6", who spends the entire game fucking slaughtering Nazi, like okay, nothing. In the German Wolfenstein 2, Hitler doesn't have a mustache and they don't refer to him as the Fuhrer but the Chancellor. Who are they fooling, dude? That's so fucking cucked.
Places, quickly!
I need to play the Wolfenstein
Heil
games.
Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
I can see why they censor this, man. This is really glorifying Hitler here. Him, like, stooped, like hobbling into the room and coughing like a goblin. Yeah, I can really see why they needed to censor this.
Haben Sie das gesehen? Fremde in meinem Büro. Würden Sie mir bitte verraten, wer in Gottes Namen das ist?
Ja, es sind
He vomits and pisses on the floor.
Schauspieler, mein Führer.
Schauspieler.
Diese Männer wollen für die Rolle Schminke hin, mein...
Schauspieler. Geschult in der Kunst der Verkleidung.
He has pulled a gun on the actors.
Sagen Sie, mein Führer. Verstanden? Haben Sie keinen Respekt vor Autorität? Ihre Worte gewähren Einblick in einen höchst verräterischen Geist.
I am so sorry, mein Führer.
Sind Sie denn ein Idiot?
No, mein Führer.
Sind Sie ein verkleideter Schurke, ein Jude? Ein verräterischer Jude?
I'm really glad they censored this in Germany because, again, like, this really comes across as a pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler scene in the Western version, or in the American version, you know?
No, mein Führer. I'm from Arizona.
Wait, hold on. Maybe this is pro-Hitler. Okay, now the German version.
Plätze einnehmen, rasch! Mein Kanzler?
Mein Kanzler!
No mustache, my chancellor. And look, the Nazi symbol's like a triangle. Yeah, I'm glad they changed it. I was just on the cut. If I had to watch that original scene twice, like 2 times in a row, back to back, I would have converted to a Nazi. Vosh, this is cringe. Come on. No, it's fucking not. It absolutely isn't. No. I've never liked these laws. Germany only, by the way, that Arizona guy he shot was supposed to be Ronald Reagan. Good. Germany only lifted their total ban on swastikas in video games in 2018. If only they'd banned the fucking AFD. We might soon. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's not like artistic limitations on free speech or censoring like any iconography associated with bad things. The AFD is pretty much like directly the continuation of the Nazi Party. Like I'm totally fine with them being banned on the principle that a democratic system should be allowed to ban anti-democratic parties. That's fine, you know? That's totally fine. They're not doing enough where it counts and doing too much where it doesn't. You don't get it. We must ban the swastikas from video games, or we will get a party like the AFD in Parliament. Yeah, banning the swastikas is the only reason they didn't get AFD on earlier. Vosh, your shirt's on backwards? No, it's not. Fuck you. I mean, worried for a second. Jesus. No, Posadas. It's Inside Out. No, it's not. Class Conscious, you were the only person whining about it for like a month, okay? Do you think we should allow hate speech in social media if it becomes nationalized? That's up to the TOS of the social media company. And I think that terms of service should ban hate speech, you know? Though obviously, like, implementing that is complicated. However, there's a pretty big difference between getting banned off Twitter for, saying the N-word and having the government censor your art or, like, arrest you, you know? Oh, sorry. If it gets nationalized, my brain blanked. I don't know. No. No, I still don't think in those cases it's still a TOS thing. Yeah. Why the shoulder seams in your shirt so low? Because it's a heavy thread shirt. It's a different or a heavyweight shirt. It's about twice as thick and twice as heavy as a regular T-shirt. I'm wearing it because I'm better than you. No. Oh, look at that. I Googled heavy thread shirt, and this is the exact item that I'm wearing right now. That's cool. What you can't see is that it actually has a gigantic seam down the center of the back. That's the weird one. See? It's just a specific style. That back doesn't look very good. I disagree. It's a specific style. I don't know. I like it. I've seen it implemented well. Lame shirt. What happened to the graphic tees? Really, really trying to make me backslide there, huh? It feels weird. You don't notice the seam. The seam cannot be felt. The seam is on the outside. I'm pretty sure, in fact, that's the reason for it. Because it's a thicker material, they want more structural support for the seam to keep the fabric from stretching. And they put the seam on the outside so you don't feel it on your back. I think a lot of it is also just a stylistic thing. But it doesn't feel like anything. UC Swella Breverman was fired. Oh, yeah, this was 2 days ago. Sunak fires Braverman, names David Cameron foreign secretary. Hey, Cameron, what's up? Really, Bloomberg? You're really doing that for me? What's your opinion on the boycotts of companies like Disney? I don't give a fuck about boycotts. I don't. Boycotts are like soy western shit. There's something that people use on Twitter to accuse other people on Twitter of not doing enough when none of them are doing anything. Boycotts only work in very marginal cases, and people will purity test the fuck out of one another over them. Like, it seems like the only reason people engage in them is to, like, laud their superiority over others. It's very, very dumb. There are some very specific cases where boycotts can work, but if you seriously think that, like, anything meaningful is going to happen to fucking Starbucks because Starbucks promotes Israel or something, like, yeah. What about BDS? BDS can be a little bit more effective because boycott is only one of the letters. I think there's a little bit more of a comprehensive program there, but also what has BDS done, right? BDS, if anything, represents like a kind of structured opposition to Israel, significant enough that Israel has like done work to make it illegal in the United States. So clearly there's there's more there. But like sanction involves policy, like yeah. Divest potentially depending on who's doing it. What is BDS? Boycott, divest, sanction. Basically, like a set of approaches to sort of economically punish Israel for the whole genocide business. Boycott derangement syndrome. True. Have you seen the Game Award nominees? Yes. Personal guesses here. Easy guesses, okay? Let's do it, all right? Tears of the Kingdom. No chance. Don't make me laugh. Come on. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. No chance. Don't make me laugh. The problems for these are A, Tears of the Kingdom is literally just a Breath of the Wild expansion pack, and everyone knows it, even fans of the game. Only the most delusional individuals on Earth believe anything else. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is delightful and whimsical and charming, but it's, like, functionally, mechanically, it's just another 2D Mario game. They've been making them for 30 years. Like, it's just a more whimsical, better designed one of those. But, like, still, it's Game of the Year, not Mario Game of the Mario game. Resident Evil 4, no chance. Great game, but it's a pretty faithful remake. Like, Resident Evil 4 had its heyday, and it was 20 years ago. Marvel Spider-Man 2, no chance. I've barely even seen people talking about this. I feel like in a lot of ways this has been kind of a flub. I've seen some people meme about Marvel Spider-Man 2, but I haven't really seen that many people, like, actually dig into the value of it. And I think that's just because it's probably another, like, Spider-Man game, you know? The only two real possibilities are Alan Wake 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Alan Wake 2 only just came out, which really works against it, but this shit is like the video game equivalent of Oscar bait. Like, Alan Wake 2 is like the is like fucking designed to make game critics go ooh. So there's that. And then Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Yeah, I do wish that Armored Core and Hi-Fi Rush were here. I don't think they would win, but I do wish they were here. I think that Hi-Fi Rush deserves to be here more than Armored Core does. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush was such a breakout, like, surprise, well, not really indie game, but original game. Yes, Gits and Shiggles. I never thought Alan Wake was very good. Alan Wake 2 is a whole other beast. It's probably going to be Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is... I haven't actually played it yet, but, like, it's very clear from the way people talk about it that it's a very good game, and it has an incredibly enthusiastic, dedicated fan base. It represents pretty much everything good in gaming, like, from its development process to the studio itself, to their work practices, to the way it, like, plays it. Like, the Larian Studios is, like, a top-tier, like, big brain, good boy gamer studio, and they deserve it. Oh yeah, I'm also very happy that Starfield isn't here. What a fucking blow against shit fucking Bethesda and their shitty ass stupid fucking games that 20 years of hype for Starfield and they don't even make it to the Game of the Year finalist award. It is later on though for the RPG category. Oh sure, it's in the RPG category, but not Game of the Year. Fucking pronouns! So yeah, my guess is Baldur's Gate 3. I think there's an edge case for Alan Wake 2. I don't think any of the other four have a chance. Hi-Fi Rush got Best Art Direction nomination. That's good. Actually, do we want to just, like, look over the categories really quick? Let's see. Best Esports Event? I don't know. Not my... I don't follow this. Best Esports Coach? I don't follow this. Best Esports Team? Okay, I'm just going to go to view all categories and skip past this shit. Content Creator. Most Anticipated Game. Ew. What are these options? Hades 2, in my opinion. But I'm also biased here, because I don't give a fuck about anything else here. Maybe... No, I haven't even seen Yakuza fans talking that much about this. I don't know. My guess is Hades 2. People have been, like, rock hard for this shit for years, including me. Best Adaptation. Castlevania Nocturne, heard it was mid. Gran Turismo, haven't heard anything about it. The Last of Us, everyone seemed to like that. The Super Mario Bros. Movie was terrible, and I haven't seen anyone talk positively about Twisted Metal. It has to be The Last of Us. Seriously, the Super Mario Bros. Movie is like the most fucking 2 IQ derivative slop. Like, this is like significantly worse than Illumination Studios' best movie, which is Despicable Me. Very, very bad. Apparently, Twisted Metal is super underrated. I saw people riffing on it on Twitter. I never saw anybody like really talk about it. Best multiplayer. I don't know. I don't really play multiplayer. Of this though, it's got to be Baldur's Gate 3, right? Diablo 4 isn't anything special when it comes to multiplayer. Baldur's Gate 3 has this whole fucking system of like having player created characters along with party members that can drop in and out of games. There's a lot there. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people also like what Street Fighter 6 did for multiplayer. I don't know much about that, but you know, maybe that's really good. Diablo 4 doesn't do anything different when it comes to multiplayer. Like it's if anything, it's actually regressed, I think. Because it took what the series used to do, which is like joining lobbies, and now just everyone gets thrown into like a little server, just like every other fucking game. Best sports racing? I don't pay attention to this stuff, so I can't really say. I have no idea. Best sim/strategy. Okay, City Skylines 2 just came out. It's full of bugs and broken features, and it's going to be patched and fixed by modders, like it always is with fucking Paradox games. Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp. Heard good things about this. Advance Wars 1 and 2 were really good turn-based sort of like grand strategy games for the Game Boy Advance. So having the remaster is pretty cool. I don't know anything about Company of Heroes 3. I really liked Company of Heroes 1 way back in the day. Fire Emblem Engage, I don't know anything about it, except I've seen people like say pedo shit about it. I don't know. And then there's Pikmin 4, the best game ever made. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it goes to Pikmin 4, lads. Sorry. Seriously, Pikmin 4 is like an unironic fucking top tier game. And if you haven't played it yet and you do have a Switch, you're denying yourself an incredible experience. They took every lesson they could have learned from Pikmin 1, 2, and 3 and learned them and then made them. Made a good game. A good Pikmin game, you know? So that shit is my vote. Best family. Family play irrespective of genre or platform. Disney, I don't really know. Pikmin 4 is probably a little bit too complicated, and the time limit thing is probably a bit too much for young people. My just automatic guess would be Super Mario Wonder, but I also don't know anything really about Sonic Superstars, Party Animals, or Disney Island Illusion. So, or Disney Illusion Island. Sorry. So, maybe. Best fighting. I don't know. I haven't played any of these. Probably Street Fighter's gonna take it. I don't know. Best RPG, easy Baldur's Gate 3. Like, yeah. Okay, Starfield exists here to get shit on. There's literally no way it would be an insane upset if Baldur's Gate 3 didn't take this. It'd be insane. Have you played Lies of P yet? No. But I plan to. Best action adventure? Such a broad category. Of these games, Alan Wake 2 is like good video game Oscar bait, but in terms of the action and the adventure, it's probably going to be any other of these games. My guess is that it's going to go to Tears of the Kingdom, because if they don't give anything to Tears of the Kingdom, people are going to light the Game Awards studio on fire. But it could go to any one of these, honestly. I genuinely, it could. I don't know. Yeah. Why do you call Alan Wake Oscar bait? If you play Alan Wake, or in my case, watch somebody else play it, it's a very like high thought, cerebral game with incredibly good writing. That's about like the meta process of writing itself. It's exactly the kind of stuff that people who think themselves to be like smart consumers of media really enjoy. That does not mean it's bad. It's extremely good. I'm just saying that it's the kind of thing that they go for. Do you need to know Alan Wake 1 for it? No. You can play Alan Wake 2 on its own. The game will fill you in on what you need. Best action. Here's Armored Core. I don't know anything about Remnant 2. Hi-Fi Rush. Ghost Runner 2, Dead Island 2. Fuck Dead Island games. And then Armored Core 6. This is Hi-Fi Rush. I'm sorry. Armored Core 6 has some charm, but like Hi-Fi Rush was such a breakout hit. Such a fun action game. So good. Ugh. I've heard people say good stuff about Remnant 2. Who knows? Best VR/AR? I have no idea, but it has to go to Resident Evil Village VR mode because people wanted to look up at the Big Mommy Milkers from like 3 feet below her head. Best mobile game? I don't know. Okay. Best debut indie game? Cocoon, Dredge, Pizza Tower, Venba, Viewfinder. Pizza Tower is almost certainly going to take it because this thing had the mimetic power of a fucking pneumatic drill. Like, it just broke into the internet. However, I've heard incredibly good shit about Cocoon and Venba. Dredge was fun and very pretty, but I don't think it compares design-wise. I don't know anything about Viewfinder. Isn't this the one that's really good, but then somebody posted a clip on Twitter of one character doing like a Marvel line where they were like, oh, that just happened. And then everyone was like, ha, shit game. And then it was like actually a good game, but nobody played it because of that. That's pretty rough, man. Best independent game. Cocoon, Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver independent? Dredge, Sea of Stars, Viewfinder. I don't know. A lot of strong contenders here. I don't really know. Yeah. Best community support. Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates/patches. Okay. This is a weird one. No Man's Sky came out like 50 years ago. Destiny 2 being on here is a joke. Are you fucking kidding me? Destiny 2 for community? Okay. Final Fantasy here, also a joke. So it's really, you have 2 games that released broken and have been fixed up massively. And then you have 1 game that was released fantastic. And okay, here's the problem. All right. I think that you should respect and value when a studio fixes its mess rather than just leaving it as is. At the same time, I think we should be even more celebratory of games that don't release in a broken, unfinished state. Like, even if they've done a lot of good work since, No Man's Sky, those motherfuckers lied. Cyberpunk 2077, those motherfuckers lied. They've done a lot of work since then, but they lied. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't. Released great, and they're continuing to hold that game to a very high standard of community support. So I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really like the idea of like putting in the same category people who did great to make up for their fuck ups and people who just did great. Like, it just seems weird. I feel like there should be best community support and then there should be best redemption story, and the best redemption story would literally just be Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky. I don't know. Best ongoing, awarded to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. How do I even compare these? Apex Legends, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy, Fortnite, Genshin Impact. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Probably Fortnite does the most content updating, right? I mean, I like, is it just in terms of like new released content? This is a dumb category. I agree. Why are all the other categories about like the quality of the game, and this one is just like, how many updates have you put out? This is really dumb. This category exists exclusively so that Fortnite can exist somewhere in the Game Awards. I'm not joking. I genuinely think that's the reason why it's here. Games for impact, for thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. Okay. I know some stuff about Venba, Tchia, Goodbye Volcano High, and Terra Nil. But I don't know enough about them. I haven't played them, so I have no clue. Innovation in accessibility. Recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features to help games be played by a wider audience. Why the fuck is Diablo 4 here? Yeah, Diablo 4 is great because they've expanded the audience of Diablo enjoyers to a gaggle of retards who enjoy, like, forever content, perma-melded servers, and, like, infinite maps that you have to re-explore every season. Of all of these, the only one that I've really played, I played some Diablo 4, but is Hi-Fi Rush, and Hi-Fi Rush had a lot of really good accessibility settings, but again, without having played the other ones, I can't really say. Best performance. Why aren't they giving the character they played? I don't know people's voices well enough. Who did Idris Elba voice in Cyberpunk? I don't know people's voices that well. He's in the expansion? Oh, I haven't played Phantom. I haven't played it yet. Um, hmm. Yeah. Idris Elba just plays Idris Elba. That's cool. I mean, Keanu Reeves looks like Keanu Reeves, so yeah, that's cool. Okay, the only performance here that I know then is Melanie Liberts in Alan Wake 2, and she killed it. Who plays is Neil Newbin Asterion? Everyone likes Asterion, so that's also a strong contender, but I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. So yeah, I'm only familiar with these performances, and both of them seem to have like knocked it out of the park. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the others did well as well. Okay. I like how the guy who plays the main character in Star Wars Jedi Survivor is in the actor photo holding a lightsaber. Like, Idris Elba doesn't have cybernetic implants, and Melanie Liebert isn't trapped in, like, a dark, shadowy, warped spiral of her own darkest thoughts, but he's holding a lightsaber. He does look exactly like him. That's true. Best audio design. Alan Wake 2, Dead Space, Hi-Fi Rush, Marvel. Okay, I think that Hi-Fi Rush is well, audio and sound design and game that is primarily about music and rhythm aren't necessarily the same thing. Alan Wake 2 has like a rock opera ballad at one point where you're shooting zombies while an alternate version of you is singing about your deepest torment on a bunch of screens around you. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. Alan Wake 2, strong contender. Hi-Fi Rush, strong contender. And people, I know Dead Space is known for very, very good sound design. So, like, you know, I haven't played it, but that's what I've heard. Best score and music. Okay, here we go. Hi-Fi Rush, Hi-Fi Rush, Hi-Fi Rush. I'm sorry, dude. It's a breakout, like, rhythm music game. I'm slamming it in. Slamming it in. Yeah, get Tears of the Kingdom out of here. Composed by Nintendo Sound Team. How soulless. Every other composer is named, but for Nintendo, they just have, like, the corporate sound team. Best art direction. Ooh, okay. All right, hold on. Tears of the Kingdom is invalid. The art direction is literally identical to Breath of the Wild. Lies of P is a beautiful game, especially for a AA game, you know? Super Mario's Wonder is very pretty and whimsical, but that's not really its art direction, I feel. Its art direction is fairly standard for Mario games. The content within that art direction is... 'cause there's a difference between what direction have you gone with your visuals, and in that direction, how well are you using the direction you've taken, I guess. Alan Wake 2 looks incredible in a lot of ones. Like, fuck. I don't know. I feel like a strong case could be made for any of these three, but my guess would be in between Alan Wake 2 and Hi-Fi Rush, personally, because Lies of P does kind of just look like a more high-fidelity Bloodborne. Best narrative. Ooh. Okay, Final Fantasy being on here is a joke. I've seen Joseph Anderson play Final Fantasy 16. This game sucks. Its story is stupid even by Final Fantasy standards. Marvel Spider-Man 2, I haven't heard anyone talk about the story. So no, no, no. Cyberpunk, at least the main game, is extremely well written. Credit where it's due. Baldur's Gate 3, extremely well written. Alan Wake 2, extremely well written. This one's tough. This one's tough. That's a strong. But I can't really say. Best game direction, creative vision, and innovation in game direction and design. For me personally, Alan Wake 2. Baldur's Gate 3 is a phenomenal game. However, Baldur's Gate 3 is very, very, very similar to Divinity Original Sin 2, the previous game made by Larian Studios. This is about like something breakout and new. And while Baldur's Gate 3 is phenomenal and new in the public eye, for the studio, they have a very strong template to work off of. Alan Wake 2 was like from nothing, fucking cosmic stardust flashing in the night and you know? So I feel like this is for Alan Wake 2, personally. I don't know why Mario and Zelda are here, just so the Nintendo fanboys can, I don't know, dribble their lips. It's a very Remedy game. Yeah, but holy shit did they bust it out of the park. And then we have Game of the Year, so we've come back to. My guess is that this is going to be Baldur's Gate 3 sweep week, okay? I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to take it. I think that Alan Wake 2 is going to nail a couple of key wins, and I think that Hi-Fi Rush is going to get at least one. They might give a pity one to the Zelda and Mario contenders, but I genuinely don't know. Like, they are just not on the same level, I fear. Though I do think Pikmin 4 absolutely sweeps the... This is the thing that fucks me up, dude. So much of this is geared towards, like, public favorability, and you know Nintendo kind of, like, pitches nominations. So why is Alan Wake 2, which is not the most accessible game, it isn't, up here with Game of the Year, and then for the Nintendo games, we have to have the inferior two Nintendo games that came out this year when Pikmin 4 also came out. All we saw Pikmin 4 in was the best like RPG game or whatever, which it easily wins. But like, why? Pikmin 4 is Pikmin 4 not beautiful? Does it not have good sound design? Why is it only there? Oh yeah, best strategy and best family game. Yeah, why is it not in the more like, I don't know, developed categories? I just want Tears of the Kingdom to win so I can see Anderson lose his mind. Yeah. I mean, the general public thinks Marion's Hunter. Yeah, the general public voted for Hitler or something. I don't know. Andrew Jackson. Really, Vosh? I mean, kind of. Hogwarts Legacy is the best-selling game this year. It isn't even on here. If you want to go by best-selling game, the best-selling game is probably shit like Bloons Tower Defense 6. I almost said Hitler Legacy. I mean, technically, yeah. Hogwarts Legacy sold a metric fuck ton of copies because it's a like big production Harry Potter game. But nobody has talked about it since. Nobody remembers it. Nobody cares about it. It's known almost exclusively for the anti-trans culture war bullshit that enshrouded its release. This is one of the reasons why I said that boycotting it was pointless, not only because you're not going to put a dent in the numbers and because you'll make us look bad when it does well anyway, but because it's not going to be a culturally significant game anyway. The writing was on the wall before it was even released. It was like a game that was like pumped up almost entirely by its IP. Is there an MMO category? No, thank fuck. Besides, if there was an MMO category, like, I don't know what you would get from it. There's only so many MMOs, right? And they don't tend to release that often. It would just be like World of Warcraft winning for 50 years in a row. Well, hold on. Yeah, they did have the ongoing category, and Genshin Impact was there. Isn't Genshin Impact an MMO? Yeah, it is. I think. Yeah. No, it's not. It's a gotcha MMO. If you squint your eyes. Multiplayer is in lobbies, not open. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that multiplayer and I thought you would just walk around and see other people. I did not know that. Gotcha. Okay, so it's not an MMO, just a forever game, gotcha game, pedophile game, whatever. Okay. Genshin is an MMO just like Warframe is, but Warframe is also like match-based. Hey, Straw Hat Ad. Huh. What about Content Creator of the Year? Who gets that one? Iron Mouse, People Make Games, Quackity, Spreen. Wow. All right, so hold on. I can feel my body aging as I look at this. Who in the ever-loving shit are these people? I know Quackity from that one meme where some 12-year-old on Twitter is like, "Can we talk about the way Quackity makes faces when he has feelings?" This person's a pedophile, I assume, from this, or at the very least courts them. People Make Games with a very creative logo. I don't know. Spreen? This sounds like a name that like Justin Roiland would come up with in the earlier seasons of I like how I jokingly said this person's a pedophile because of their anime avatar, and people are responding with, "Dude, don't you know she's a woman and Spanish?" What? What do you say? What are you implying? Are you implying something? What? It it was a joke. I don't know. It was an anime profile pic joke. What do you? She can't be. She's a Spanish woman. Okay. Jesus. Good Lord. People Make Games are the ones who did the Roblox investigation. Oh, you're right. Okay, that's pretty cool. You know what? Let's do some investigation. Iron Mouse. Oh man. I'm trying to withhold my worst jokes, okay? About like community. This looks like a My Hero Academia character. The way the mouth does this like triangle curve. I like okay, they're a VTuber. 1 million YouTube subs. I wish I had 1 million subs. Iron Mouse. Let's watch an Iron Mouse video. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at Spreen. 7 million subs.
Hola, soy Sprint.
Okay. They're Spanish.
¿Qué onda, gente de YouTube? Sean todos bienvenidos. Hoy voy a estar haciendo solicitudes de un ban, pero no lo voy a estar haciendo como lo hace la típica persona acá.
I think that they should win because I like the way their webcam did that little flip rather than it just transitioning from the full webcam screen to the picture-in-picture screen. I think that was cool, so I think that strong contender here with that one, in my opinion. Cypher PK. 7 million subs.
Fortnite is the biggest game in the world, but 10 years ago, it looked like this.
Okay. 768,000 views from less than a day ago. I busted 50 myths in Fortnite Chapter 1. Well, this pretty much looks exactly like what I imagine when I close my eyes and think popular gaming YouTuber. My editors try too hard with their thumbnails. Iron Mouse is a disabled VTuber who has an amazing singing voice. She has a severe autoimmune disease and struggle. Why are you guys trying to guilt me? I was just making a joke about her having a cringe VTuber avatar. And I'm like, haha, anime profile pic. And you guys are like, she has cancer and she's an orphan. And I'm like, fuck. Okay, I'm so. Never mind. Iron Mouse sweeps the awards. Disabled Latina. Fuck. Ding 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 ding. All right. Well done, everyone. Fuck. It's her birthday, Vosh. She can sing opera?
Like, I'm wondering if I can do it. So before we leave, I'm gonna try to sing it.
She's friends with Nux Taco? Dude, really?
With my opera voice. Ooh, what I always see is...
Yeah, she's got pipes. For real, for real. The Nux Taco? Really? Okay, we're done. I mean, VTubing is cringe incarnate as a scene. Yeah, I guess so. Didn't check Quackity. I'm not checking Quackity. Quackity is hot. I'm sorry. It's probably like an age difference thing, but Quackity looks like an actual child to me. I don't know how old Quackity actually is. Maybe you're like 20 and he's 20, but like he looks like a kid to me. Who's Quackity? This one. Who's next taco? So you're a Twitch thought, nasty greedy witch thought, pimping out your simp thought. I'm the chat type, very posh mess. Why do you know the lyrics? Because it's a fucking bop. Because I've heard it too many times. It's too funny. Every time I see it on the TL, I have to listen to it again. It's too fucking funny, dude. His like weird, like scratchy voice. It's so fucking good. He has a podcast with Muda, and it's painful when he speaks. Dude, no shit. Holy fuck. I really stay out of the loop with people's like relationships and fucking contacts, man. Muda? Oh man. That's gotta be funny as fuck. I respect Muda. I was sniffly. I just woke up feeling that today. Did you watch Amazing Digital Circus? Yeah, I did. Did you guys see how many fucking views? Yeah, me and everyone else on Earth. Holy shit. In like 1 month, the Amazing Digital Circus got more views than Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss by a huge margin. It's up to 109 million views, making it, as I understand, the most successful independent animation project release ever. Holy shit. Undeservedly IMO. Yeah, not to sound bitter or like preferential, I think that based purely on opening episodes, I guess this is the pilot, not episode 1, but whatever. I don't think this is as interesting as Hell of a Boss. I think that Hell of a Boss is actually pretty great, though it definitely has its missteps, and a lot of people like to dump in it because it's like a popular thing. You know. But, you know, it's also just the pilot. Maybe it'll do better. It's for literal children. Well, you know, it's YouTube independent media. It's like appealing to children is in large part always going to be a good and smart part of the business model. You know, kids will buy the plushies. They're like super autistically excited about shit, so they'll talk about it to their friends. I don't think that's bad. I think that as when you get older, there's like a reflexive desire to not be interested in stuff that's made for all ages, like meant to be entertaining for everyone. And sometimes you might roll your eyes at stuff that that feels like it's not for you. But that's kind of the case with a lot of good media, right? Like even Avatar: The Last Airbender, which I still think is probably the best Western animation show ever made. There are plenty of scenes in that are a little bit like cringe-inducing from the perspective of an adult, where it's like, but you're charitable to it. So they like make a goofy kid joke, and you're like, okay, like, you know, I'm watching a fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, yeah, whatever. It came out on Nickelodeon. Like, yeah, it's gonna have that, but it's still gonna be really good. So likewise, like, this has that too. Not to say this is the quality of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not even close. That's a very high bar. Still good. The Amazing Digital Circus is better than ATLA? True. Maybe you identify with Blitzo? I mean, it's not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. One of the things that disposes me towards Hell of a Boss is the fact that it's an extremely horny and queer show. So, like, you know, there's sort of a demographic overlap there. You know, I saw Vivzy pop a few times at Anime Expo before she got really, really famous. I should have gotten something signed by her. It'd probably be really tough to do that now. I do sympathize with Blitzo. The O is silent, you fuck. Yeah, true. Have you had your meds today, Vosh? Just wondering because you were in a rush? You know what? Thank you for reminding me. Wait, wrong med. Yum, yum. All right. Hey, this is a politics channel, isn't it? My God. Hitting the add button is punishment for an hour of non-politics content in this channel. Republican infighting. Is it true?
One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done, one thing.
To be fair, he probably is just accusing the Republican majority of not, like, I don't know, passing enough bills that ban being black or whatever.
Were you aware of this?
Congresswoman, as I said, I haven't seen the photos that you're holding up before.
Maybe, well, I posted them on my Twitter account. It's public. You know, maybe
I don't
you guys
spend a lot of time on Twitter.
Well, you know, oh, I'm sure you do, because the Department of Homeland Security, organized with other offices, has censored many Americans, including myself.
I'm not part of the Department of Homeland Security.
Right.
What the fuck is she waffling about? What? Yeah.
Right, Mr. Ray, you should be interested in investigating
You should be in the DHS. What you should be. You should be.
terrorism. And this, were you aware of this?
Congressman,
Incredible stuff. Man, I really fucking hate liberals, okay? If liberals are so smug in ivory tower, like, what is this? When somebody's acting like this, you don't say, wow, she's evil. You call her a retard. Unironically, when conservatives see shit like this, all they do is roll their eyes and think, ugh, liberal. What this isn't evil. It's retarded. You call it retarded, okay? Like, but that's like you're already abandoning civility here. So like, why go after the wrong thing to be uncivil about? You know? No, nobody has ever been moved over with like impetuous, declarations of how evil their guys are. But plenty of people, especially from the right, are moved over, through mockery. You can be stupid and evil, though. Calling people evil does not land. It's like, you have to understand, okay? To the average conservative, seeing a liberal post some Facebook meme tier argument about how Drumpf is bad or whatever, like Orange Man bad is literally like one of the first things they come up with to immediately denounce, like thought terminating cliche. With any moral denunciation. Hillary called them deplorables. They owned it. Clearly, accusing them of being bad doesn't do anything. Accusing them of being stupid does. And I think that you can pull off calling them evil, but it has to be done in a specific way. Like, you guys understand that when I cover Republican stuff, my commentary on their behavior does not begin and end with me saying, that's dumb of them, they're evil. Like, there is first of all, I say, I use much funnier words than this. And second of all, I try to sort of deliver it in a format that avoids this particular brand of like cringy wine mom Facebook ownage. It's the exact same reason why Nazis appropriate the iconography from Pink Floyd's The Wall or from American History X, but they won't appropriate the iconography or messaging from like Jojo Rabbit, because Nazis like being called evil. When they're called evil, when you do like these big like statements on how they're like these dark iron like men who trample the earth, like they love that shit, you know? They love that. It makes them feel cool. If you make fun of them for being fucking drug-addicted, Coomer, race-obsessed retards, they don't own that. They don't want to own that. That doesn't make them look good. That doesn't make them feel cool and powerful, you know? We all saw that Lindsay Ellis essay. Yeah, because it's good and true. So you're saying we shouldn't vote for Biden, or we should? Artemy, what do you... No. He's purring very loud. Silly. It's like how Nick Fuentes doesn't care if you call him a racist, but gets ass mad if you call him a cum hunter. Exactly. Precisely. All right, moving on. Breaking. Keir Starmer has had 10 labor frontbenchers quit on him over a Gaza ceasefire. God damn, 10? Frontbenchers are the people that you would put in power if you were the majority lead, right? Damn, you know you're on the wrong side of history when you lose the support of Andy Slaughter. God damn. 56 Labour MPs defied Starmer's authority and voted for a ceasefire. Frontbenchers also refers to anyone in the government. 7 minutes ago, blow for Starmer's frontbenchers resigned over Labour leaders' refusal to back Gaza ceasefire. 4 Labour MPs have dramatically quit the party's frontbench in order to vote for a ceasefire in Gaza. I love the Labour Party. Yum, yum, yum. Meanwhile, the rising left-wing party in Ireland and the potential next Irish Prime Minister call for Israel to be brought in front of the International Criminal Court. Yeah, Ireland's been pretty consistently based on this. This is because, you know, as much as we kind of downplay it and overlook it, because when we hear about the oppression of Irish people in America, it's usually in the context of smarmy white 17-year-olds arguing that white people were slaves too. The Irish were actually genocided and treated to... The Irish were basically like a little pocket of the third world in Western Europe with regards to like being colonized, oppressed, genocided, and exploited, you know, by Europeans. Very particular situation there. So they have this wonderful tendency where when people across the world are being oppressed in some fashion, the Irish are like, dude, they're just like us. Today we are all Palestinians. Hell yeah, dude.
This is a moment of reckoning for world leaders, for the European Union, a test of commitment to human rights, peace, democracy. We ask, where is the protection of international law for every child killed in Gaza, for every Gazan mother holding the cold body of their dead child? Israel cannot be allowed to commit atrocities with impunity. The government says that Israel's actions cannot be without consequences.
Yeah, people joke about it, but the Irish potato famine was such a devastating blow to the population of Ireland that today, to this day, today, the population of Ireland has still not reached what it was at its peak 200 years ago. The green line is Ireland's population. Right here, at its peak, and then the famine. And this is where it is today.
I agree. That is why the Irish government must take the lead and refer Israel to the International Criminal Court and send the...
To be fair, a lot of that is probably from immigration, right? Yeah, but like, this is still crazy unique in the whole world. Like, yeah, a lot of people emigrated, but Britain, like, basically caused the entire situation. Like, the British essentially willfully denied them both the ability to safely migrate in many cases, or food, or like crop diversification. Like, they were right there, you know? The potato famine is the reason almost all Irish speak English as opposed to Gaelic as a first language today. Yeah, it was a very, very deliberate genocide. Like, what happened with the potato famine was more direct and overt and obvious and like you know, culpable than the Holodomor from Stalin.
Israeli ambassador home.
They starved them, right? Okay, basically, okay, my understanding of what happened basically is that Ireland was colonized and you had British-owned, Irish-worked farms in Ireland. Like, it was a lot of farmland and it was owned by the British. They basically did the same thing in Ireland that they did with the Raj in India. And when the famine started happening, rather than like aiding or assisting in any way, the British kept like taking out their own food and leaving the Irish only the potatoes, which were the things affected primarily by the plague. So like they essentially robbed them of the food they could have used, and then didn't provide aid or like accommodations. And there was a lot of shit back then where it was like, yeah, we should just like bleed out their population a bit. They're getting a bit too uppity for our tastes, essentially. They took the food out, they kept the food out, you know. Cave Comrade Robin Hood, I strongly encourage you to look at the history of the Irish potato famine. It's a lot more direct than you think. And they actively blocked aid, yeah. Yeah, we read about that when Keffels was having that debate. That the Ottoman Empire attempted to send aid to Ireland. But the British tried to block the ships. The Ottoman Sultan Khalifa Abdul Majid I declared his intention to send £10,000 to aid Ireland's farmers. However, Queen Victoria intervened and requested the Sultan send only £1,000 because she herself had only sent £2,000. So the Sultan sent only £1,000, but he also secretly sent 5 ships full of food. The English courts attempted to block the ships, but the food arrived in Drogheda Harbour and was left there by Ottoman sailors. That £10,000 the Sultan pledged the Irish would be worth approximately £800,000 or 1.7 million today. Or something along those lines. If you read a bit more, Queen Victoria denied the genocide by purposefully traveling in the areas that were least touched by the famine. To be fair, I too, as a monarch, would travel to the least touched by famine areas if I didn't want to be beheaded by the local peasantry, but you know. All right, what are we doing? Oh, right. Starmer, Labour MPs. That's right. A total of 10 members of Keir Starmer's front bench resigned or were sacked after the Labour leader was hit by a mass rebellion over a stance on a ceasefire in Gaza. Jess Phillips and a number of other Labour MPs dramatically quit in order to support an immediate cessation of the fighting and a major blow to Sir Keir's authority. It is so crazy how the Labour Party went from somebody who was... Again, I take plenty of issues with, with Corbyn, but like a guy that left-leaning to fucking Keir Starmer. Like, the... Jesus. Other shadow ministers and 56 Labour MPs in total defied their party leader to back a call for a ceasefire in the House of Commons. Miss Phillips said she resigned with a heavy heart, but said she could seek, quote, no route where the current military action does anything but put at risk the hope of peace and security for anyone in the region now and in the future. Well, that seems nice. The Tories are only 19% of the vote in the polls now. Yeah, it's, man, and I wish we had a better understanding of how much the Labour Party's current popularity in the UK was a product of their shift towards the right. Because I genuinely feel like if Corbyn was still the leader of the Labour Party, they would still be massively far ahead. The thing that's led to the shift in voting has mostly been the incompetence of the Tories, I think. Like, I don't think people in Britain are going like, yeah, we're so jazzed up and excited about Keir Starmer and his incredibly sensible, moderate leadership. Maybe there are some people who are like that, but I'm willing to bet the majority of the shift has been people moving from the incredibly incompetent Tories and their fucking revolving door of PMs. You know, like all of this was for nothing. And I presume there's no chance for the left to retake the Labour Party? Well, never say never, but, you know. Most polling shows favorability towards deficit spending, a ceasefire, and nationalization. People don't like him. They just hate the Tories. Yeah. Yeah, we saw this, K-Comrade Robin Hood. Sola Breverman, the fascist who got the far right to come out in the 11th, is going to drop docs that will rock the party. So they're going to do even more infighting. Sola Breverman's allies are threatening to drop a, quote, grid of shit on Rishi Sunak today. Does he need more shit on him? Like, what? Dude, why are you doing, like, Oppo research on people who are already waist deep in shit? What do you... like, not to say I mind. I love it. But, like, what are you doing? It really is like they're fighting to be like king of the junk pile. Like they know that the Tories are plummeting in popularity, and they're all just trying to decide who will be the top dog in the scrapyard. Meanwhile, the actual top dog in terms of popularity, Keir Starmer, is a fucking loser. Like, why are we still talking about the most irrelevant dead empire in Europe? It is true that the UK is nowhere near as relevant as it used to be, especially since they went through with Brexit. But, you know, there are still people, good people, who live there, you know, theoretically. So, Israeli soldiers were conducting a military operation at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City on Wednesday. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Man, I love how clear it is just from the photos. Not this photo. Come on. No. Like, this incredibly advanced modern main battle tank overlooking this, you know? From the position it's in, too, like, it could just fire and errantly wipe out a dozen lives. You know, like, it's just, it's so sinister. Can you imagine being a resident of this city and just having this cannon? Like, not just one, of course, but many of them. It's just the power imbalance. Quoteth, it is significantly better to live in the United States than the UK. For many, many reasons. Excuse me. Could you list some? Sure. We're not a dying country. We have a robust growing economy. Our average wealth and standard of living is significantly higher. You know, they may technically have the NHS, but at the rate it's being privatized, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be an advantage for them for much longer. We generally enjoy a greater degree of stability when it comes to power prices, consumption of like goods, food. Excuse me. Believe it or not, we actually have less regional inequality than they do. Basically, all the wealth in the UK is concentrated in London, with very, very little of it elsewhere. It just seems like in America there's like a path forward, and in Britain I just don't know what it is. I don't know. I would need to think about it more. Also, the weather's better in the United States, like much better, like significantly better. You know, it's gloomy and foggy and raining and cold and dark all the time in the UK, whereas over here in America we have lots of environments and weather and blah blah. Also, we don't have a fucking king. A king! You literally live in Seattle? Seattle has significantly less gloom and rain than London does. London gets 1,675 sunshine hours a year. Working at sunshine hours in Seattle. On average, total annual amount of sun in Seattle, Washington is 2,180. So we get about, I don't know, 25% more sun? I don't know. Less gloomy. Whatever. Rain doesn't mean it's gray. Yeah, also, when we have rain, it's cloudy. When London has rain, it's gloomy. Big difference. Big difference. This is London weather. Behold. It's not like a rainstorm on itself or whatever. It's just a big blanket of gray that overtakes the city. This is what makes people kill themselves. It's literally like depression filter. Like, London just looks like the filter you would put on a movie to indicate the main character is feeling depressive. Whereas in Seattle, while we do sometimes have gloomy days, usually when we have rain, it's because it's cloudy, which means that we have clouds overhead that are raining, but you can still see sunlight in the distance or towards the horizon. We have texture in the clouds, which is, in my opinion, a lot more interesting and uplifting than if it's just a pure gray blanket. I think that it's a significant difference. It's important to me, if nothing else. Stuff like this. Of course, it's nothing compared to Los Angeles, which is where I grew up in terms of like sunshine days, but I think that it's better for it to be cloudy rather than gloomy. Well, at least London doesn't have as much smog. Smog in Washington? Do you have any idea how clean this state is? Seattle actually gets really pretty cloud formations. Ain't that nice? Vosh, I meant this LA. Oh, yes, yes. LA has plenty of smog. Washington is incredibly clean. The state of Washington is so clean that they actually no longer require you to get your car checked for smog emissions. I don't necessarily know if that's a wise decision, but the logic from the state was like, we have essentially perfect air. We're not really worried about fog or smog or whatever. So, like, whatever. Is that like the only good state to live in? Oh, no. They're American. You know, it depends on where you are in a state. London has better public transport. That's true, but that's a low bar compared to America. I'll take that one, yeah. What can a UK leftist like me do to help my dying empire? I genuinely don't know. I feel quite hopeless about the state of the UK, but maybe things will change in the future. Sometimes you just have to wait for the material conditions to change. You know? The river that runs through London is vile. Yeah, that's true. Cleanest air U.S. states. States with the best air quality. Number 1, Hawaii. Ha! Can tell this study was taken more than a year ago. Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Virginia. I'm surprised by that. Massachusetts, Louisiana, Alaska, and Washington. There we go. Oh, listed as number 2 in best states overall. What's number 1? Not Louisiana. That's number 50. What's the most polluted air quality? Arizona. Yee. And here's California right above it. Nice. Great. The Great Smog of London in 1952 literally killed 4,000 people. The entire city was completely engulfed for days with zero visibility. God damn. That's some fucking supernatural horror shit. Jesus. Huh. Virginia is basically one giant forest, so it doesn't surprise me. Virginia is supposed to be Virginia is supposed to be one of the most beautiful places in the world. And I guess New Hampshire as well, because they're right, next to each other. I've heard lots of really amazing stuff. Oh, sorry, wait, not Virginia. I was thinking Vermont. My bad. V. I'm tired. Blah, blah, blah. No, I know. Virginia Southern. I know. Vermont. I was thinking Vermont. I know. I'm tired. Please. I'm thinking. Virginia is still supposed to be very beautiful. I was thinking Vermont when I said most beautiful. However, Virginia is still very beautiful. One of the things that I really like about Seattle that I didn't see much of in Los Angeles is there has been a deliberate effort to introduce a lot of arboreal diversity. That means tree diversity, right? I think. In planting on the hillsides that are protected so that during the fall, when the leaf colors change, you get a huge diversity in the color of the trees. This is like all over Seattle for like a third of the year because the firs always stay green, of course, but then all the dioecious trees, go through their own like color cycles. So there's a lot of variety there. Let me see if I can I get a shot of like next to the 5? Because that's what I see all the time. It's really difficult looking for photos of the natural world on Google because when you do, everyone always like ups the saturation on the photos, which really bothers me because the natural world is already so beautiful. You don't need to do that. I just want to find the one. Hold on. Maybe if I just look up Seattle City during fall. It's not showing the city. It's showing like saturation enhanced photos of like the Rainier Natural Park or whatever, which is really pretty, but it's not what I see day to day. I live in the city, not fucking 50 miles away in the park or whatever. Does nobody just take photos of I'm getting annoyed. Does okay, anyone here who lives in or has been around Seattle, you know what I'm talking about with like the hillsides by the 5, right? Where like the Okay, I'm only going to spend like 2 more minutes on this. The 5 is the only urban highway that I don't like genuinely hate, and the reason for that is because the portion of it that passes through the city is kind of interesting to look at and drive through. Like for instance, the 5 goes underneath the main Seattle Convention Center, like this, which is called the Arch because it's over it, and there's a park built on top of the convention center that overlooks the freeway, and it's got a bunch of like moss and plants and trees and stuff. So you have like this cool brutalist geometric like formation that you drive underneath and you can look down. And I if you're gonna have an urban highway, there are certainly worse ways of doing it. Yeah, it's literally eco-brutalism. This is an older picture of it. I think it's been more developed since then. And the 5 separates 2 portions of the city with very different elevations. It separates Capitol Hill, the gay area, and Capitol Hill's like at a higher elevation, so you can look down on everything from there. It's pretty cool. I'm almost done. I need to see if I can, because now it's just bothering me that I can't find a photo of the thing I'm thinking of. Okay. Try Google Street View. I don't know if that'd give me what I want. I'm almost there. I'm zoning in, okay? I'm like the geolocator guy. I'm calculating, I'm centering, I'm adjusting my goggles, you know? Where on earth? I'm sorry, I can't find it. But basically right here, this is when the 5 is leaving the city from the south, and there's this big, like, castle-looking building up here on the top of the hill, and there are trees all around the sides of the hill because they're too steep to build houses on. So the trees here get really, really pretty. Is it hospital? I think it might be a hospital. But the trees there get really, 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 really pretty during the fall. Lots of different colors. Okay, that's enough. Sorry. Politics? Hello? Askers? Politics? Hello? Hello? Politics? Boobin! That's not very political. Wait, is this the video I keep seeing from the 5? Yes. The famous, poorly designed Seattle 5 downtown exit. Now, I've taken this exit many times, and I simply choose to not spiral out of control when driving through it. It's not that poorly designed. It's pretty poorly designed. Basically, you're on the 5 and you're taking the exit, and you get onto an off-ramp that's in an enclosed space, like it's a tunnel off-ramp, and then there's a sharp turn, and then you have about 150 feet before you hit a red light. So it is pretty weird to have an off-ramp that goes from main freeway speeds to sharp turn to 150-foot, barrier, 150-foot distance before the light. That's pretty weird. But, you know. Oh yeah, here we go. You can see. See? Remember that? Remember that? We saw that together. Remember that? We saw that together. Eco-brutalism? Remember that? I remember. Now, obviously, if you're paying attention, that's plenty of time to slow down. The problem is, you know how people are. They go like 60 miles an hour, and then they're like, oh, I'll slow down as I hit the curve, and then they turn into it, and they don't realize that they have very little time. Like, they better already be slow. It's a sightline issue. No, it's not that bad, but the fact that a lot of people crash there is, a design problem. This person went into the turn pretty slowly as well. See, I was going 25 miles per hour around the bend. I don't go 25 miles per hour around that bend. Like, most people are going highway speeds, like 65 here, and then they start slowing down around here, and then they're going like 45 around the turn, and then there's a light right there. So, yeah, anyway. The sign says 20 miles per hour. You guys clearly don't drive. Nobody in America ever reads and respects speed limits on signs. Nobody does. Nobody does. In fact, in a good road system, you wouldn't even need those signs because the road itself should be designed in such a way to limit your speed. If you want people to go slower near schools, you don't just give them a gigantic wide lane to zoom down and then put yellow signs up. Instead, you put traffic barriers, like concrete that juts into the road that they have to drive around, or speed bumps. In a perfect road system, you would never need a speed limit because the road would dictate your speed. That is a better way of designing things. It's safer. The math proves it. Like, we know this. Can Americans really not read signage? No, I don't think anyone can, to be honest. Okay, this has been a very off-topic stream, but I haven't lost a bunch of viewers, so I must at least be being entertaining. Okay. Let's go to a jarring shift in tone. Hold on. Remember how about like 2 weeks ago there was a big kerfuffle over the striking of the parking lot outside of Al Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, largest hospital in the region? I assume you remember it was a pretty big deal. Well, Al Shifa Hospital has finally been reached by IDF ground forces, and they began their invasion less than 24 hours ago. The claims made by the IDF are that Hamas has super ultra mega ultra tunnels that they've dug 50 million miles deep, where they have, I don't know, chemical and nuclear weapons and such and such. The question is, can they prove it? And the answer thus far is no. Al Shifa Hospital, again, it has been used as a place of healing and safety to the extent that either can really exist in Gaza Strip at the moment. And the arrival of ground forces at Al Shifa Hospital represents a significant clash between what remains of the civilian population of Palestinians in Gaza City and the IDF. Remember, the IDF weeks ago ordered the removal of everyone from Gaza City. Obviously, this was an unlawful, ridiculous, ethnic cleansing adjacent order, because the odds of them getting their houses back afterwards are essentially nil and remain essentially nil. So there are people who remain, many of them at Al Shifa Hospital, and, now the IDF is there. So, what's going on? I ask, genuinely not knowing, because I woke up and panic rolled out of bed to start stream. Israel-Hamas war live. Israel raids Gaza's Al Shifa Hospital. Hamas rejects Israeli claim it uncovered weapons during hours-long raid Al Shifa Hospital, the largest medical complex in the Gaza Strip. Palestinian Foreign Ministry also warns against Israel's, quote, misleading fabrications about Al Shifa, where thousands are taking shelter. So I personally have already seen a massive wave of disinformation coming from the like pro-Zionist people online. There was a fake video made by a like Palestinian nurse saying like, hey, Hamas is here, there's 50 million Hamas here, and that turned out to be fake. There have been people saying they found evidence of Hamas tunnels under the hospital, and it turns out those photos were like a decade old, so there's not much to that. Obviously the fascists are going to lie. They've acted very much like Russia in that regard. Oh yeah, the calendar. Oh, man. Al Shifa Hospital calendar. Oh, please. Where is that? Why can't I find it? Info on the tunnels? Yo. There was that 3D rendered map of the tunnels, too. Yeah. All right, hold on. There's apparently a large underground bunker and tunnel system underneath the hospital. This is known because Israel built it, lol. The Israelis are so sure about the location of the Hamas bunker, however, not because they're trying to score propaganda points or because it has been repeatedly mentioned in passing by Western reporters, but because they built it. Back in 1983, when Israel still ruled Gaza, they built a secure underground operating room and tunnel network beneath Shifa Hospital, which is among several reasons why Israeli security sources are so sure there's a Hamas command bunker in or around the large cement basement beneath the area of Building 2 of the hospital, which reporters are obviously prohibited from entering. What is this sourced from? Internationalreview.icrc. I'll have to take a look at that. I did see this one, which was where people were claiming that in Al-Shifa Hospital they found like a schedule for guards to supervise hostages, and it turns out it was literally just a calendar. There are a lot of bits of propaganda that Israel has released that just rely on absolutely nobody knowing Arabic. Like, just hoping and praying that not a single person that still has an internet connection understands Arabic. This one's funny. The Israeli army took control of the Rantisi Children's Hospital in Gaza and found a secret tunnel leading 20 meters below ground to a Hamas compound and control center. Weapons, baby bottles, and motorcycles in the tunnel indicate hostages were held there. Is that what that means?
Explosives proofs, so it looks like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected. This is a covered tunnel. It's part of the same floor, and it slides down here.
So we've talked about this before, but like believing anything the IDF says at face value makes you an idiot, like just a complete buffoon. For one, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on anything regarding like hospital infrastructure, but there are plenty of things that hospitals have that lead to underground passages just as a normal matter of course. That can lead to fuel, that can lead to power, that can lead to storage. It could have been built by Israel. As a matter of fact, considering the hospital was, as the article claims, built, to my understanding, back when Israel controlled the Gaza Strip, it could very well be something they built. It could be a bomb shelter from the bombs that Israel has had a history of dropping on Gaza Strip. Until you find hard, and I mean direct evidence of anything verified by international reporters, not just what the IDF says. Trusting the IDF at their word makes about as much sense as trusting Russia at their word. It does. They lie just about as often. You encounter any kerfuffle, any disagreement, any mote of propaganda. Why would you take their word for it? You know. And now we have this. What is this? Weapons cache or cache, I always forget which one it's supposed to be, recovered by the IDF in the MRI department of the Al-Shifa Hospital. So first, let's examine this claim at face value, okay? Right off the bat. Assuming this is true, and again, assuming this is true, so? Like genuinely so? The claim made by Israel, and the presumption they are making, is that if they can prove that Hamas is using human shields, that would then justify the indiscriminate slaughter of those human shields. That is the direct connection they're relying on you to make. Israel is invading the Gaza Strip. Hamas is a militant terrorist organization. Does Hamas keep weapons places? No shit. They're the ruling group in the Gaza Strip. There is nothing that they could find in a hospital that would justify striking that hospital, apart from some kind of covert, secret document that proves every single innocent baby there is actually some sort of Hamas sleeper cell agent. I don't think they're going to find that. Actually, knowing Israel, they probably are going to find that soon. They're going to show it to us. It'll be written in English, and it's going to have like a bunch of spelling errors and written in crayon. I like, you know, very incredible, or non-credible, I guess I should say. This is right off the Israel channel as well. The OSN technical group doing it what it does best, which is just directly regurgitating state propaganda when it's from Israel and rejecting it when it's from Russia, because they have no principles other than getting more money off that blue check. From the Israel account, they say this exactly. Our forces found weapons, tech equipment in Hamas's operational command center in the MRI building of the Shifa Hospital in Gaza. Yes, you heard that right, in the MRI building in the hospital. Again, even if every claim they made about Hamas's presence in civilian infrastructure, something which, by the way, I don't contest this. The idea that Hamas uses human shields is not a proposition that I contest. They do. They do that. They have done that. That's their whole modus operandi. It has nothing to do with Israel's solution to this issue, which is to just throw their arms up in the air and go, oh, well, I guess we can kill them then. You know? Like, that doesn't track. There's not a connection there. The calendar tweet? Oh, yeah, this. The specifics there. Found in the basement of Rantisi Children's Hospital in Gaza, a schedule showing the name of Hamas terrorists who guarded the hostages. Every name on this list is a dead man walking. And it's just a calendar. If anything, this actually, like... So not only does this make Israel look that much worse for the fake propaganda or whatever, but also it makes them look really bad that children's hospitals are so poor and deprived that they have to handwrite out calendars with markers. Like, that's the level of tech the Palestinian people are operating on. That's the level of, like, monetary deprivation they're suffering, that in order to make a calendar, they need to get a sheet of paper and draw one on it, you know? Printer ink could be used to make rockets, yeah. Are you not familiar with the ancient Chinese, like, paper artillery battle tactics? Any paper sent to the Gaza Strip could be fired back at Israel. The IDF has also released an English propaganda video in the hospital. Oh, do you guys want to see the absolute fucking apex of Israel transparently only pretending to be the good guys for the benefit of Western support? They're so bad at this, dude. They might actually be worse at this than Russia, and that's saying a lot, okay? Look at this, okay? Okay? Look at this. This is from Israel's account. This isn't made up, all right? Our forces are on the ground in Gaza delivering humanitarian aid to the Shifa hospital. Our goal is to continue the precise and targeted operation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know, of course, okay? Now, what does humanitarian aid look like when given from Israel to the Palestinian people? Yes. I love receiving my big box of, in English, medical supplies that we printed off a sheet of paper and double-side tape to the box. This is my favorite way of delivering critical humanitarian aid to a besieged population that speaks Arabic. This is they literally look like video game pickups. Like this is like Red Barrel tier shit, you know? And they're all facing the camera too, obviously. This one's upside down, classic. Probably makes it look more authentic, you know? Oh, you probably can't see it as well. These ones say baby food, and underneath it, it appears to say baby food in Arabic as well. So for some reason over here, we put the consideration for this, but I guess, I don't know, maybe we couldn't fit medical supplies both in English and in Arabic to face the camera cleanly here. So yeah, I don't know. Incredible shit. I mean, I'm skeptical of Israel, and obviously this is for optics by them, but I don't think they'd lie about the contents of those boxes. You should believe that. Like, there are already tons of reports of the IDF essentially taking photos with Palestinians and then killing them, of them, like, bombing their own trucks that they allow through. Well, not their own trucks, their own aid that they allow through. Like, they'll allow aid through, and then those will get targeted. There are no accidental strikes. Like, their munitions are perfectly capable of targeting specific areas. Remember, their goal here is genocide. The only reason they would ever pretend otherwise is because they want to court, like, Western sympathy. To put it another way, I fully believe that if there was no West, if there was no rest of the world, if all of this was happening in a dark blanket, if all of this was happening, like, completely invisible to the world, I legitimately think they would have just taken the northern border and marched south and just killed 2 million people. I absolutely believe that 100%. I think they would be just as indiscriminate and genocidal as, like, the Nazis were, as they marched through Poland, rounded people up into ghettos, and then just pulled them into graves, you know, 100%. The only reason we're getting this abstraction, this protracted, like very obviously still a genocide, but like pretending that it's not bullshit, where they won't let people leave and they won't let people return. But they like, the only reason we're getting any of this, I think, is because they know that there is a limit to Western support. Eventually there is a line that if crossed, they will. And by the way, this isn't the only time this has happened, okay? The United States has had to pull Israel back multiple times from overstepping the line, in terms of like territorial acquisitions, after the it was the Yom Kippur War, right, where they like took a bunch of territory, in terms of previous like campaigns against the Gaza Strip. Like this has happened before. The Yom Kippur was 73. Oh, the 67. Sorry, I might have mixed them up. This line where Israel has had to like be less fervently genocidal than they would otherwise be, and then like has to get pulled back. You know, the military advisors the U.S. sent literally told them not to invade the Gaza Strip. We're so good with our soft words and a stick. Watch the link. It's better hearing it from them.
There is a list. This list, in Arabic, this list says we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October.
I love to name my big sheets of paper we taped to the wall beginning of operation against Israel. I love to do this.
This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
That's how terrorists decide their guard shifts for hostages. You get a gold star if you do really well. Sign your name on the paper. We need a clock in date and a clock out date. Like, again, I love the idea that Hamas was able to spend months and months and months building up like 1,000 people on the border to storm across, totally take Israel by surprise. But at the same time, they're conducting their internal like logistical conversations on the level of like 5-year-olds, you know? Wait, Vosh, did Hamas take weekends off? There are only 5 days a week? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, it just wraps around. It's just 5 across. It's just a fucking calendar. Serious question. What do you make of the U.S. saying Israel won't occupy Gaza after this is over, and Netanyahu saying that it won't happen? I really don't think we have much reason to trust either of them on that specific issue. Maybe they won't occupy Gaza because Gaza won't even exist. Maybe by not occupy, what they mean is not militarily occupy, but they'll have settlers there. Like, there's literally no fucking reason to trust, like, anything. You know? I was going to show this at some point in the past, but I feel like it's relevant now in terms of, like, trustworthiness. Where is that clip? Oh, yeah. Good summary of main statements from Israeli officials on Gaza.
זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק, נצטווינו. אנו זוכרים ואנו נלחמים.
It's an entire nation out there.
Amalek is in the Torah. It's a nation that waged war against the Israelites. By calling Palestinians Amalek, he's essentially he's basically doing like Sodom and Gomorrah tier shit. He's basically saying like the Palestinians aren't just like enemies or whatever. They are a nation that is existentially opposed to the existence of Israel. I'm pretty sure that there are biblical commandments in the Torah to kill all Amaleks. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Didn't that just flash on screen? Now go and smite Amalek, utterly destroy all they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. 1 Samuel 15:3.
It's an entire nation out there
that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
Very puzzled by the...
So that's the PM, the president, the IDF spokesperson. And now we remember this. This was the former Israeli ambassador to the UN. We saw this one.
Constant concern which the world is showing for the Palestinian people and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocities that this century has seen.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
مع هيك وحوش بشرية رايحين نتعامل كيف لازم. إسرائيل فرضت إغلاق كامل على غزة. هناك إسرائيليون يعني
I don't like how quickly some of these are clipped. The way that some of these are clipped makes it difficult to see the context. For the ones we saw at first, there is no missing context. For a lot of these, again, like there may be missing context, but the context doesn't vindicate them. Like consistently, time and time again, at basically every level of the current far-right Israeli government, they are being incredibly straightforward about just wanting to eradicate Palestinian people, you know? I'm also not a fan of the spooky music. I agree. I think that the presentation of this video undercuts the message, and the message is correct, which is the problem. I think that a, like, straightforward 10-minute video where it just flatly shows who this is, what the date was, and what they said would be enough. You know, I know this is like good messaging or propaganda or whatever, but
يعني وصفوا الفلسطينيين في غزة وصفوهم بأنهم حيوانات بل أقل من حيوانات.
أنا لا أسويهم بالحيوانات لأن هذا تحقير للحيوانات.
Cool.
هذا رأيك دكتور مردخاي.
نعم هذا رأيي.
تكسخوا אותם כמה שיותר, שלא להשאיר מהם זכר.
This was the guy who was a part of the early Israeli terrorist group that tried to work with Nazis in the formation of a Zionist state. Yeah, the Stern Gang. Yeah. This guy was brought forward as a spokesperson to like rile people up.
אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה. אתה יש לך שכן ערבי, אתה לא תחכה שהוא יבוא אליך הביתה. תיכנס אליו הביתה ותירה.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of conditioned to see quick edits and music like this as a sign of dishonesty, but in this case it's not. The message the video is making is completely correct.
תראה, לצורך המטרה... אתה חושב שאנחנו יכולים להרוג מאות אלפי פלסטינים ברצועת עזה והדבר הזה יעבור?
תראה, עכשיו בתקשורת הזרה יוצאת הודעה בשם ישראל שמיליון פלסטינים כבר ירדו מדרום הרצועה דרומה, וכל מי שנשאר שם נחשב כמחבל.
Oh yeah, there you go. So that's what's happening right now with the Al-Shifa hospital.
מחבל.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. 121 examples of dehumanizing / pro-genocidal statements and actions made against Palestinians. Well, I mean, a lot of people have made those statements. I'm mostly talking about, like, the people in power in Israel. But we've already seen what we need to. Anyway, just a reminder. The only reason I do these comparisons is because we spent so much time talking about Russia, and there are a lot of liberals who don't understand that by supporting Israel, they're supporting something just as bad. The statements that Israeli officials have made about Palestinians are objectively more overtly genocidal than the statements made on average against Ukrainian people from Russian state media. There are plenty of genocidal statements that came out of Russia, not saying they didn't exist, but in terms of like the plurality and severity and the capacity to like engage in actually commit them and the severity of them, you know, I think there is a far greater proportion. I think that a best case scenario, if the world was not watching, would be Russia annexing Ukraine, killing a lot of them, especially political dissidents, but overall just annexing and sort of Russifying Ukraine. I think that without the world watching, the ideal scenario for Israel in the Gaza Strip is just full-on eradication, man, woman, and child, block by block, just a culling, you know? Again, like, I can't, like, procure evidence on this. I feel like that is what is implied in their rhetoric. You know, I think Russia would rather Russify Ukraine than literally just blood from tip to tip. But, yeah. The general line in Russia is that Ukrainians are Russians that have forgotten their Russian. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. With Ukraine, again, not to say all of it, there are plenty of overtly genocidal statements made from the Kremlin, but generally the impression that I've gotten is that Ukrainians are basically just Russians anyway. They do the whole, like, greater Russia shit where, like, it's Duginism. It's Alexander Dugin's, like pan-European Russia thing where it's like, well, we're all basically just Russians. The Ukrainians are just like a lesser kind of Russian that we should assimilate back into dominant Russian, the motherland culture. That is not the case in Israel. Israeli far-right politicians and IDF spokespersons are not saying, oh, the Palestinians, well, you know, they may be Nazified with Hamas, but fundamentally they're just Israelis, and that's why we're going to bring them in with... They are not saying that shit. Not even a fucking little bit. Comrade Robin Hood, we're feeling contrarian today. I stand by my statements. Do you think Israel would invade other non-nuclear Muslim countries? They have before. I mean, we don't want them to, obviously, but they've definitely served up spicy a meatball during the 6-Day War. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, basically, it was like a Dragon Ball Z fight, okay? A bunch of Arab states were like, bro, Israel's weakened, you know? This is our chance. And invaded Israel, and it did not fucking work. And over the course of basically no time at all, Israel just took like a huge chunk of Egypt and basically tripled their territory. And after that, my understanding of it is essentially the United States was like, can you please not make things down here more complicated? Please give the land back. They promise not to invade you again. Gallant wants to invade Lebanon and is threatening to resign if Netanyahu does not let him. That's not what happened. Israel attacked first by bombing the Egyptian Air Force. Is that true? I actually don't know too much about the 6-Day War. I don't know much about, like, the instigation. We can take a look at it in just a second. Before we do, though, I just want to wrap up the Al-Shifa hospital stuff. Always down to learn some more stuff. Yeah, well, look. Give me an Al Jazeera video on this shit, okay? They've never said anything wrong. Pardon me. Let's see. YouTube video titles. Premature babies have been moved within Al-Shifa hospital to an area with the electricity. Oh, yeah. Babies have been dying because the incubators have been running out of power at Al-Shifa hospital because Israel's cut the power, so it's very sparse. Want
to get you this update. Israeli troops have raided Gaza's largest hospital.
The IDF says it entered Al-Shifa's facilities after a days-long siege. Thousands of Palestinians are reportedly trapped inside the hospital. Israel says it's conducting targeted raids on the facility. It is sweeping the premises looking for Hamas hostages, tunnels, and equipment.
Now, Al-Shifa is a key target of Israel's ground offensive in Gaza because both the Israeli military and the U.S. believe it's being used by Hamas as a headquarters for its operations.
Again, I cannot stress this enough. Obviously, Hamas has infrastructure in civilian. There isn't like a Hamas headquarters / military base. Why would they have that? If they had that, it would just immediately get bombed. The argument like, oh, dude, there are Hamas there. It relies on the assumption that you will immediately leap to, oh, well, because there was Hamas there, therefore the thousands, tens of thousands of dead civilians were worth it.
Hamas denies those allegations. Israel says it attempted to provide aid and fuel to the hospital as conditions continue to worsen.
There it is. There it is. Classic. Being done right in front of the cameras with gigantic, like 72-point Times New Roman font. It's humanitarian supplies. Yeah, he's holding this one upside down, not the smartest tool in the shed or whatever. You got to flip that up for the cameras. Come on, flip it over.
Continue to worsen.
That's not Times New Roman. I don't know anything about fonts, okay?
There, Al-Shifa has reportedly run out of fuel and is no longer considered operational. CBS News' Tina Kraus brings us more.
A senior Israeli defense official says at least 4 Hamas militants were killed in a battle at Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza.
4 militants. Jesus Christ. You want to wonder, by the way, why the IDF isn't crowing more about like all the Hamas battles they're having and all the Hamas people they've killed? Because they basically aren't. They're occasionally getting in light skirmishes around the edges of the city, and every once in a while they find a couple of guys who fight back, and mostly what they're doing is trudging through an ocean of blood spilled from the civilians they bombed before their men got there.
Gaza, and that Israeli soldiers
4 people
found weapons and concrete evidence Hamas is using the medical center as a headquarters.
When we entered the hospital, there was a small engagement with gunmen, with Hamas gunmen.
Yeah, crazy that this was like, I don't know, their headquarters, and there was only like 4 of them there, you know? This is the largest hospital in the Gaza Strip. It has pre-built like tunnels and bunkers underneath it, apparently, that Israel built. Like, oh man, 4 guys? Wow, you got it. You won. Also, keep in mind, the IDF has encircled northern Gaza. Like the IDF has already enclosed this space, meaning that theoretically there's no way to leave northern Gaza without passing through the IDF, which leads me to wonder, where is Hamas? Like, this was their headquarters? Where's Hamas? Of course there's only 4. Hamas is amassing at the southern border to invade Texas. True.
There's no patients harmed. We're not capturing the hospital or overtaking the hospital.
More than 2,000.
They are capturing and overtaking the hospital. There's objectively no other way to describe what they're doing.
Patients and civilians are still believed to be inside the sprawling complex, including dozens of newborns. Israel's military released videos showing aid being delivered to the hospital.
Remember, their first goal upon arriving here was to set up the cameras with the big boxes labeled humanitarian aid in English that they could just sort of show unloading. Are they going to show videos of like Palestinian doctors, of whom there should be plenty here, accepting the aid and using it? Are you going to see videos of a Palestinian doctor opening one of these English-read humanitarian aid boxes and procuring from it chemical supplies, anything, bandages?
But this doctor says patients on life support had to be moved into hallways after an Israeli airstrike destroyed treatment rooms. Patients on stretchers moved through corridors filled with smoke from shelling. There are similar scenes across Gaza.
Jesus.
4-year-old Ahmad Shabat lost his parents in the war.
Also, what happened to not conquering and not overtaking? Why is there smoke from shelling? I thought they had arrived there to provide literally, the news is like, they provided humanitarian aid. They arrived for a targeted search. They're not overtaking it. By the way, they had to clear people out to avoid smoke from the shelling on the hospital. Where did that shelling? Who's shelling? Did Hamas shell the hospital?
And now his legs. His uncle asks, what did he do to deserve this? With Hamas still holding some 240 hostages, families of the captives started
It's the natural smoke of Gaza.
a 5-day protest march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Help us shout, bring them home now, bring our families home now. They don't have any more time.
Family members are demanding answers, why more is not being done to bring their loved ones back. Tina Kraus, CBS News, London.
The U.S. is.
I think it's pretty strong evidence of how much Israel is doing to lose the propaganda war. That even in videos like this, which are still clearly skewed to just trust Israel at their word, a lot of the messaging is still put towards, like, you know, the anger other people feel at how little Israel is doing. By the way, if it just so it doesn't come across like I'm acting like stupid or spurious, whatever, if you want to Google what humanitarian aid to Gaza looks like, there are plenty of groups like Red Cross or like Red Crescent or whatever. I have never seen humanitarian aid being delivered in a bunch of like misshapen boxes that are just being hand carried by soldiers in with printed paper humanitarian aid English pajam right on the side. That's insane to me, you know?
Ramping up its efforts to help free Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza.
That's right. Israel estimates that more than 200 people were taken during the October 7th attack. 8-year-old Emily Hand is...
Zionist propaganda, tens of thousands dead, swimming through oceans of blood, invading a hospital, shelling a hospital, not even questioning the fact that there's smoke from shelling the hospital. And then it's like, but what about the hostages that Netanyahu has said are not a priority and he's probably already killed with his shelling? Fuck yourself. Check out what they found. Yeah. The like, for, you know, for a Hamas headquarters, they didn't find very much. Like, I know Hamas aren't exactly operating at a high-tech level here, but I was under the impression they at the very least had artillery platforms. They found, like, we saw some of it. They found some guns. Like, okay, my house has guns. Every house has guns. America. Boots, a vest bearing a Qassam Brigade's logo, an AK-style rifle, a cartridges, a knife, and 2 large-caliber bullets sitting by themselves. Fearsome. Cartridges, radio, pair of handcuffs, and a box of dates have been arranged on the table. They have guns. Like, this is the headquarters? This is the headquarters. Is that it? No cuts, no edits, just the undeniable truth. Watch as LTC Jonathan Conricus exposes the countless Hamas weapons IDF troops have uncovered in the Shifa Hospital's MRI building.
A few of the most interesting things that we have found totally confirm, without any doubt, that Hamas systematically uses hospitals in Pittsburgh. We'll proceed. We're now, as you can see, in an MRI room. I don't know when this was used the last time. But it is definitely an MRI machine. And if you follow me behind the MRI machine, I'll show you what our troops exposed just minutes ago. In military terms, this is a grab bag, grab and go of a Hamas combatant. And if you zoom in and we get some light over here, what you'll be able to see is military equipment.
Dude.
There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo.
Bro,
there
it's like $600 of equipment that you could buy at a Walmart in any state of the union. Bro, dude, the countless weapons. It's the Hamas headquarters. Look at their fucking armory. Look at this shitty magazine, dude. They store metal equipment next to the giant mag. The MRI machine can't run right now, obviously. There's nowhere near enough power. Yeah, who would win, all of Hamas or a single doomsday prepper from Kansas? Literally, unironically, like a mid-tier American prepper apparently has more firepower than Hamas has stored at their fucking headquarters.
Are grenades in here, of course, uniform, and all of that. This was hidden very conveniently, secretly behind the MRI machine. On the other side, we found a backpack with what appears to be very important intelligence, including a laptop, and we'll show you that momentarily. Let's go see the next room.
Can't wait for them a week from now to have finally cracked the security on that laptop and open like evilplan.exe, which brings up a big like laughing green hacker skull with like matrix text behind it, and the text in English saying, "We will kill the infidels, Allahu Akbar," with like a counting timer, like a ticking timer down. Yeah, they're gonna find Mein Kampf 2.text.
So we're still in the MRI
They're subscribed to Vosh on the laptop. Oh shit, oh fuck.
center. The backpack was found in here, and it was also hidden behind the MRI machine. As you can see, the rest of the equipment here is proper hospital equipment, right? Bandages and medical gear. It seems as if there's no real shortage because there's...
Oh my god! These fucking demons! We have arrived, we found one gun, so is Hamas base, and we find this garbage bag of bandage. Seems like they were fine, no humanitarian crisis, they're doing good, no problem. Like, again, it's such a reminder that what you're looking at is a propagandist and not a soldier. No soldier would ever offer conjecture like that for an official publication from the Israel. Like, can you imagine? Like, oh yeah, we're representing our entire nation here, so just give us your random fucking conjecture with all of the associated political baggage. Yeah, I guess they're fine on supplies. Go ask a Palestinian doctor here. Like, oh my fucking god, they're so fucking evil, dude. Holy shit.
There's a lot of equipment here, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Let's go see weapons and other prohibited items.
Israel was supposed to be a master of online skill propaganda. Yeah, dude, do you think the Mossad is like cringing? They're like face palming right now. It's like, fuck, dude. We spent decades building a disinfo program. What the fuck is going? Like, they're mad at Netanyahu's government for being this bad at disinfo.
As we walk through the main corridor here, our troops did a preliminary search of the area. We tried to uncover the
legit Russia shit. I genuinely think one of the reasons why Russia has embarrassed themselves less than they might otherwise is because, unlike Israel, Russia doesn't have a direct line of access to like Western media. Like RT America shut down, you know? But Israel arrogantly are like, well, we have a rapport with Western media and Western politicians, so let's just keep pumping out propaganda nonstop with like absolutely no standard of quality or whatever, you know? Like, at least with the Russia shit, a lot of the Russian propaganda was kind of kept in Russia with Kremlin circles because they speak Russian, but everything Israel does is in English, you know?
Cameras, but all of the cameras have been obstructed. You can see there's black. Absolutely no business being inside a hospital. The only reason...
Okay, we found one gun so far.
And here are the contents. Boots and, of course, uniforms. And last but not least, standard AK-47.
2 guns. We're up to 2 guns, guys. We're up to 2 guns. Okay? 2 guns.
Inside the hospital, hidden in a secluded area. Take a look at this door here. Blast-proof door, which is part of the clinic and part of the infrastructure of the hospital. Everything else looks...
I wonder why they might want to build their shit with blast-proof doors in the Gaza Strip. I wonder... in the CBS video we just saw, they're having to be moved through the hallways to avoid smoke from the shelling. Also, why are they building blast-proof doors? Why are they...
Like a hospital, only this part doesn't. Last part.
Yeah, it could also just be a radiation door. There are doors in hospitals that are very thick.
Into equipment, you can see all kinds of standard military medical stuff. We found
3 guns.
Go-to bag.
3 guns.
Bag here, and again, we opened it up in order to make sure that it's safe to touch and show.
Remember right after October 7th, where they put out a video where they were like, we found this bomb disguised as this toddler's backpack. Never mind the fact that the toddler's backpack is completely untouched and was obviously just purchased like 1 hour ago, and also that we've apparently invited a camera crew over for the disarmament process. Like they were literally like, now that we have the camera over here, watch us disarm this pristine bomb backpack or whatever. Oh my god.
So please don't give me any of that. You opened it up and you placed it there. This is the bag.
What?
Same cabinet that houses medical equipment. You can see all kinds of standard military medical stuff. We found another go-to bag, this bag here. And again, we opened it up in order to make sure that it's safe to touch and show. So please don't give me any of that. You opened it up and you placed it there. This is the bag that we found.
Don't accuse me of having opened up the bag myself and put it there because we opened the... Okay. I'm convinced.
And this is the stuff that was in. Always interested by our intel people. Tactical radio communications, which we will analyze. Lots of discs, which will be analyzed.
Which you'll analyze the radio? Do radios contain logs you can look through? I thought they just sent and received radio signals. What would you analyze them for? Forensics? Like fingerprints? Encryption info? I guess I don't know much about radio encryption, but yeah.
And a computer which at first glance already provides a lot of incriminating evidence.
Wait, Mein Kampf 2.txt, yeah.
Is Israeli private Megidish, who was taken hostage by Hamas. She is home with her family because we were able to rescue her. But this picture was found on this computer, in addition to other interesting documents that will be processed, and we will use them in order to continue our fight.
What? Hunter Biden's laptop? Yeah. They had a picture of her on the laptop. Yeah, they thought she was cute. They had it as a desktop background. Why are they so bad at propaganda? Because fascists are difficult at objectively evaluating the situation. They're very, very, very bad at it. They get caught up in their own like fervor, in their own zealotry, and they like go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And they get crazier and crazier, and they stop understanding how the world around them works. It stops making sense to them. They lose touch. Yeah, they lose touch. Too high on their own supply. So, okay. Please remember that in this video captioned, exposes the countless Hamas weapons IDF troops have uncovered. You know what? I believe they didn't plant these weapons there, because if they did, they would have planted more. That was 3 guns. Maybe I missed one. Maybe it was 4. Okay. I own 12. What's your point? Like, literally, what's your fucking point? I think that if they had planted these, they would have, you know, planted some? Yeah, I actually personally own 4 times as many guns as all of Hamas. Bellingcat thread on why the IDF is lying out of its ass. Oh shit, is Bellingcat getting involved? Eric Toller, isn't this guy previously Bellingcat? Bellingcat often gets accused of being like State Department bullshit, but for the most part, Bellingcat does incredibly good investigative journalism on stuff relating to war crimes and like military disinfo. They do a lot of really good stuff. They get accused by like gray zone types and tankies of being Western propaganda shills because they don't believe that like Assad received 99.9% of the vote in every election that he's ever had. But you know, you get what you're gonna get. Maybe Intelligent Donkey, but that would require some intelligence from them. Yeah, Bellingcat has done good reporting on Ukraine, which is more evidence that they're actually Western shills because they don't think that Putin has, you know, never told a lie. Robert Evans works with them still now. I'm not sure. Robert Evans doesn't like me for some fucking reason, so I sort of mentally blocked him out. I really need to listen to the Behind the Bastards, and it could happen there. It could happen here. Podcasts. They also did good stuff on Syria. Yeah, their research on Syria, that was the most research I'd ever done before I had my one and only debate with Jackson Hinkle. The one where he literally made no argument and just started laughing whenever I explained what happened. I did so much research for that. Yeah, that was the shut the windows one. That was the how could they have died to saran gas when their windows were open. Conversation. Listen, okay, if ever people get mad at me for not doing enough research, something that I still think is somewhat true but overstated, that conversation did me in, man. I spent like 6 hours learning about like the white helmets and Assad's government and war crimes committed by them, and the details on the blast radius of the bomb that they dropped, and like the chemical patterns etched on the walls, and the research done by the red, like all of that shit, you know. And then like the conversation was about whether or not windows being open can spare you from chemical weapons. Fucking get me out of here, man. Literally wooden door level propaganda. Yeah, wooden door level propaganda, fully. The prep was worth it for that one, though. Yeah, it is good, too. It's pronounced sarin gas. I know it's pronounced sarin gas. I just don't pronounce things very well on the fly. What's wooden door propaganda? A common Holocaust denier argument is that the gas chambers must have literally just been delousing or shower chambers because they were sealed with wooden doors. The response to this is no, they weren't. Most of that propaganda, most of that disinformation is the product of one grainy photo of a wooden door at a concentration camp. It was just a different door. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. It was just a different door. Actual concentration camp doors were usually thickly plated, either metal or wood with metal a frame around it, and they would sometimes have a porthole so that the Nazis could watch them kill the Jews they were gassing. Like they could look through it and laugh. I don't know why you would need a porthole in a delousing chamber. Like you think there are people looking through it going like, wow, those clothes sure are being deloused, you know, like fucking... Didn't Nazis bury the real doors underground to hide them? The Nazis did try to cover up evidence of the Holocaust, but they didn't do a good job. In some very select cases, like it took a little bit longer than it would otherwise to find stuff, but it's really, 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 really difficult to cover up stuff like a giant building full of crematoriums stacked with like the remains of thousands of people, or documents from crematorium manufacturers saying how many people you can burn to cinders in an hour if you run things on overdrive. Very difficult to hide that. Yeah, there are receipts for a lot of the equipment that they bought for the death chambers. Like there were literally like German incendiary manufacturers that would be like, yeah, here's how many bodies you can put through it on overdrive, you know? Or like another big propaganda piece for Holocaust deniers is like, no, incineration could have killed that many people. First of all, a lot of people who died in the Holocaust were just shot and put in mass graves. Not all of them were gassed and burned. For those that were burned, people are like, it takes like 2 hours to cremate a corpse. No, it takes 2 hours to cremate a corpse if you're only doing one body at a time, if you're trying to produce a clean, consistent ash for storage in an urn, right? However, if your only goal is throughput, you can actually burn a fuck ton of bodies very quickly. It runs hot, it's dirty, and you don't get clean ash from it. But again, it was the Holocaust. They weren't trying to get clean ash from it. They weren't trying to get anything but no body. So, yeah. Do they not know how fire works? No. All right. As a general rule, Nazis aren't very bright, Sterilite. Did you see the Willie Mac videos about Hassan? No. Didn't they debate? I was considering looking at that, but I don't know how long the debate is. The debate was a shit show, not worth. But I like shit shows. I only have an hour 20 minutes before I have to end the stream, though. How long is the conversation? But there's other stuff I wanted to do, too. Maybe doing it tomorrow would be a better idea. Hassan basically just screamed at him for an hour. Is there a VOD of it? Can somebody find a VOD of it? Please? Yeah, I wanted to look at the 6-Day War as well, but we spent too much time at the beginning of the stream going over the Game Awards. Let me just really quickly see, like, I'm just going to read the summary, and then I'm going to mentally note that in the future I'll read more about it. Fought between Israel and a coalition of Arab states from the 5th to the 10th of June, 1967. Military hostilities broke out amid poor relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors, who had been observing the 1949 armistice agreements signed at the end of the First Arab-Israeli War. Earlier, in 1956, the regional tensions over the Straits of Tiran escalated in what became known as the Suez Crisis, when Israel invaded Egypt over the Egyptian closure of maritime passageways to Israeli shipping, ultimately resulting in the reopening of the Straits of Tiran to Israel, as well as the deployment of the UN emergency force along the Egypt-Israeli border. Why did they close the maritime passageways? Israel might be justified in doing this. Cutting off a naval passageway through the Suez Canal is a massive fucking deal. Invading to reopen it sounds harsh, but I can understand why. That's like a huge... Yeah. They shouldn't have been there, though. Israel, you mean? I'm not arguing about, like, the justification for Israel's presence there. I'm saying that from the perspective of Israel as a state that does exist there at that time, blockading access to the Suez Canal is a degree of aggression that I can understand a military response to. That shit is, like, really important. The UK and France were pissed, so we used Israel as a pawn. Huh. Israel also prepared military plans to force Egypt to let their ships pass should diplomatic means prove to be unsuccessful. On the 1st of September 1951, the UN Security Council Resolution 95 was passed. It called upon Egypt to terminate the restrictions on the passage of international commerce shipping goods through the Suez Canal. Although the resolution referred only to the Suez, Israel believed it would induce a change in Egyptian policy on the Straits of Tiran. Huh. Wait, the Straits of Tiran refer to what specifically? This. Wait. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Man, dick move by Egypt. Again, not defending Israel's presence there. Just shit like this is like rabble rousing for no reason. You say it was like a proxy conflict? Interesting. 50s were a time. Today is a time. The conflict is more complicated than it seems. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I have a full understanding of it based on just this very, very quick look at, and I only have time for a quick look right now, but we'll revisit it in the future. There's always time to learn. Okay. In the months prior to the outbreak of the Six-Day War, in June 1967, tensions again became dangerously heightened. Israel would reiterate its post-1956 position that another Egyptian closure of the Straits of Tiran to Israel shipping would be a definite casus belli. In 67, May of 67, fuck, I'm tired. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser announced the Straits of Tiran would again be closed to Israeli vessels. He subsequently mobilized the Egyptian military into defensive lines along the border with Israel and ordered the immediate withdrawal of all UNEF personnel. In 67, UNEF was the process of leaving the zone. Israel launched a series of preemptive airstrikes against Egyptian airfields and other facilities, launching its war effort. Egyptian forces were caught by surprise, and nearly all of Egypt's military aerial assets were destroyed, giving Israel air supremacy. Damn! Israeli military launched a ground offensive, as well as the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip. Oh, the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip. Oh, yeah, no kidding. I forgot about that. Yeah, during this point, the Gaza Strip was Egyptian territory. See? You can see it right there. Simultaneously, the Israeli military launched Egyptian Gaza Strip. After some initial resistance, Nasser ordered an evacuation of the Sinai Peninsula. By the sixth day of the conflict, Israel had occupied the entire peninsula. A pretty effective military work, if nothing else. Jordanians did launch attacks against Israeli forces to slow their advance. On the fifth day, Syria joined the war by shelling Israeli positions in the north. Egypt and Jordan agreed to a ceasefire on the 8th of June, and Syria on the 9th of June, which was signed with Israel on the 11th of June. The Six-Day War resulted in more than 20,000 fatal Arab casualties, while Israel suffered fewer than 1,000 fatal casualties. Alongside the combatant casualties were the deaths of 20 Israeli civilians killed by Arab forces airstrikes in Jerusalem, 15 UN peacekeepers killed by Israeli strikes in Sinai, and 34 U.S. personnel killed in the U.S. Liberty incident. We should really go over that at some point, in which Israeli air forces struck a U.S. Navy technical research ship. Nazis love to bring that one up. At the time of the cessation of hostilities, Israel had seized Syria's Golan Heights, the Jordanian annexed West Bank, Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, in addition to the Gaza Strip. The displacement of civilian populations as a result of the Six-Day War would have had long-term consequences. Around 300,000 Palestinians and 100,000 Syrians fled or were expelled from the West Bank and the Golan Heights, respectively. Nasser resigned in shame following Israel's victory, but was later reinstated following protests. When did they give the peninsula back? In 73? Yeah. After the Yom Kippur War? Gotcha. So much to learn. The Suez Canal was closed for several years after the war. Yeah, leaving aside the whole settler colonization and displacement of hundreds of thousands of people and blah blah, I do think that blocking a port that provides you naval access to the ocean is something that can warrant military response. Not saying that Israel's justified in what it did or how it did it, but like on a fundamental level, blockading a port of entry and denying a portion of your country access to the sea is a huge deal, and they are considered acts of war. Israel loves to defend itself preemptively. Well, in this case, like, that is what they're doing. Blockades are an act of war. Ruben. Artemy's sitting right there, and Ruben's sitting right there, sniffing his butt. Cut that out. You're gross. Artemy, you're being very tolerant of Ruben attacking your tail. So the Japanese were justified for Pearl Harbor? No? We didn't blockade their ports. We just stopped selling them. Oil and stuff. Vermin. Oh my god, look. Look, battle. Look. No! They were battling. Army. Right there. All right. Okay. Just to play devil's advocate, isn't the Suez Canal Egyptian territory? Why should they be forced to provide passage? Um, I guess the argument that you would make is that none of us have control over the world's geography. There are some ports of access that are that are like fundamental to free trade and transportation. And you know, if like being denied that space and the ability to like commercially engage through that passageway is a really serious attack on your nation. Like you don't want to open up that, you know. Why is Turkey allowed to deny access to the Black Sea? Well, I mean, it's not a matter of whether they're allowed to, it's whether or not anyone's going to stop them. If somebody wanted to declare war on them for that, they could try, but it's Turkey and they're in NATO. Again, like this is very much like a might makes right situation. Israel wanted naval access and they had the power to get it, and I understand that. It's not about like fairness. It's about whether or not that's legitimate justification for that kind of behavior, you know? But yeah, Turkey does kind of have, you know, unfair control. Obviously, though, the Suez Canal is like the most important passageway in the sea, right? So the Suez Canal is like orders of magnitude more important. Why are you doing international realism? IR realism? I'm not. It is. I'm just saying, like, if a nation's well-being is threatened by like a blocking of its ports or its naval access, that is something that I can understand an argument for military action for, you know? Everyone signed an agreement with Turkey to let Turkey stop military ships entering whenever they want. It's very different. Yeah. Okay, listen, I will admit this is very, very complicated. I'm not denying that it's very complicated, and I want to know more about it. But my understanding is that this is the sort of thing that nations have made compelling cases for military action over before. In essence, it's kind of the same as the Japan embargo. You mean, no, the embargo was just us not selling them stuff. This was Egypt arbitrarily deciding to block Israeli commerce from traveling through the strait. And yeah, Israel did say at the time that they would consider it like an act of war, and they had fought over it before. But Israel did use the war to almost fully take over the West Bank. Yeah, I'm not justifying that. I'm only talking about naval access. True, but oil was just as important in Japan as the trade to Israel. No, those aren't comparable. Blocking a port is very different than just saying you're not going to sell to somebody. You know, in one case, you're denying like commercial travel of their own ships and of other nations' ships to that nation. In our case, we just stopped selling oil to Japan. Also, I'm not saying all blockades are morally wrong. I'm just okay. You can't talk about stuff. You can't talk. Talking's illegal. No talking allowed. Seems to me closing access to the Strait of Tiran was a lot more egregious than the Suez Canal blockage. I think an argument could be made for that because it was so like direct and personalized, I guess. Okay, hold on. We have an hour left, and I have two things that I want to get through. I don't know if we'll have time to do donations today. We might have to do donations tomorrow. But in either case, we will do them. And I'll read Super Chats since at the moment those aren't getting picked up because of YouTube API. Did you cover the McCarthy fight? No, I have not covered the McCarthy fight.
There's been apparently a tense interaction in the Capitol hallways with Congressman Tim Burchett, who is one of the 8 Republicans who voted out Kevin McCarthy from the speakership.
Israel blocks everything to Gaza, lol. Yes, and I think that's bad. Okay? Come on.
Apparently had a bit of a dust-up in the hallways himself with Kevin McCarthy, and I have Congressman Burchett with us here right now. So, Congressman, explain to us what happened with you and Kevin McCarthy.
Well, I was doing an interview with Claudia from NPR, a lovely lady, and she was asking me a question, and at that time I got elbowed in the back, and it kind of caught me off guard because it was a clean shot to the kidneys, and I turned back, and there was Kevin.
Yeah.
And I for a minute, I was kind of, what the heck just happened? And then I chased after him. Of course, he's as I've stated many times, he's a bully with $17 million in a security detail. He's the type of guy that, when you're a kid, would throw a rock over the fence and run home and hide behind his mama's skirt. And he just, he from behind.
I am fully in favor of this increasing level of physical belligerence. Amidst GOP reps. I mean, you had the senator who was spent like 5 minutes trying to get in a fight with that guy during the committee hearing that we saw the other day. We have we have this now. I think we should have more of this.
That kind of stuff. That's not the way we handle things in East Tennessee. If we have a problem with somebody, I'm going to look them in the eye and talk to them.
Okay, so he walked down the hallway, hit you in with his elbow.
Yeah, you can go on Claudia's Twitter account. It pretty much or X account. It's very.
Okay, so then just explain. So you chased him? What do you mean you chased him?
I just ran after him. I was like, what the heck? Why'd you do that? Because it was, like I said, if you've ever been hit in the kidneys, it's a little different. You don't have to hit very hard to cause a little bit of pain, a lot of pain. And so he just, of course, as he always does, he just denies it or.
I'm fully in favor of more physical confrontations. I think that it's a reflection of honest, sincere belligerency, which I prefer vastly over like fake, insincere civility.
Blame somebody else or something, and it was just a little heated, but I just backed off because I saw no reason. I wasn't gaining anything from it. And then everybody saw it, so it didn't really matter.
Like he responded to you?
Yeah, he just acted like, what are you talking about? Who are you? That kind of thing. And it's just, I think that's symptomatic of the problems that he's had in his short tenure as speaker.
And
Ooh, very funny, but I don't have much to say about it. Close that. What's up? Is that true? Look at this guy. Ooh, look at him. What's your foot doing? Look at him. Ooh. Ooh. Got it. You got it. Huh? What are you going to do with it? Kick? You going to kick it? Wiggle? You going to wiggle? Wait. Look. What is that? What is that? What is that? Nope, non-plus. Be free. Oh man, so many positive distractions today. Okay, what was the thing I was going to talk about? Okay. So Studio MAPPA. You heard of them? Anyone like anime? You don't have to like anime very much to have watched something from Studio MAPPA. They're pretty influential. Jujutsu Kaisen, Attack on Titan, Vinland Saga, Chainsaw Man. You know, they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot right now. Like, seriously. I mean, we can look at the full... Here we go. I got it up. I've watched a surprising number of these. They're a pretty new studio, too, about a decade old, which is, you know, not crazy young. They're only a little bit older than Studio Trigger. Look at this. My God. What have I seen? Yuri on Ice? That was great. Kakegurui? That's the one where everyone freaked out because the girls were evil and they wanted to be stepped on or something. I don't fucking know. Banana Fish. I haven't seen this. I've heard it's good. Zombieland Saga. I saw this. This is the girl who's trans. The tiny blue-haired trans girl zombie. More Kakegurui. Dorohedoro, which is dope, but read the manga. Read the manga. If you haven't read the Dorohedoro manga, okay, it's very, very good. Also, big titties. Big titties. Attack on Titan final season. Jujutsu Kaisen currently running, very popular. Very good. Chainsaw Man. Vinland Saga. Jujutsu Kaisen season 2. Wah. So why am I talking about it? Well, there's trouble. There's blood in the water. I don't know how much of this is hearsay and how much of this is rumor. A lot of this is kind of like compiled from, you know, like random people's outbursts. But apparently the workload at Studio MAPPA has been overwhelming. And as a consequence of that, there are animators freaking out. And it seems like they're going to be very abrupt, very unscheduled, extremely like reputation disrupting delays in upcoming episodes, or possibly significant dips in quality as the animators bleed out, or not literally bleed out, but like leave the project or have their work disrupted or whatever else. Which is not great. Here, hold on. Again, we're not working with like official statements at the moment. It's over for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 from Episode 18. The production committee denied a break, and a lot of the animators are expressing their disappointment for the working conditions in MAPPA. And here we have, I don't know if it's actually the Japanese language or if it's the way it translates, but there's something very funny about the way people who are upset or resigned get translated into English from Japanese. Bad news has arrived and I'm suddenly overwhelmed. The most boring ending I can think of. Ah, the festival is over. Yes, disbanded. Is that, did they type it like that in Japanese? Is that just translate? I don't know. It's funny to me either way. Yeah, try finger butthole. Very true. Yeah, there are a few cases like that. Vosh, your stream title scared me. It made me think the building literally caught fire. I guess that did happen to a previous anime studio. Yeah, the title says Studio MAPPA catches fire. No. If you're ever worried, you can Google. That'll come up on the results. You know, you don't have to wait for my word to sort of disprove the worst case scenario. I actually thought that too. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Then there's this. The production of Jujutsu Kaisen has reached its breaking point. As of right now, apparently the episode, Season 2, Episode 17, isn't even finished. Everything after this week's episode is fucked. No animators are going to want to come back and work on JJK unless they are given time. Basically, it's a story as old as time, especially in Japan. They're overworked, and they're being taken advantage of, and as a consequence, things build and build and build until they break. The anime industry in general is very exploitative to its workers. There are a few reasons for this. Part of it is because the anime industry is largely a, you know, Japanese industry, and Japan has a very toxic work culture. I've talked about this before. You know, it's you can read articles on it that are a lot more informed and detailed than anything I know, but my understanding is that in Japan, look, one of the reasons why anime has a tendency to focus on high school age people, aside from the pedophilia bit, is because my understanding is that in Japanese culture, your life kind of ends a little bit after you graduate. Because once you enter the workforce, like, that's it, you know? There is a strong cultural association to like school being your last hurrah as like a free person, basically. And obviously this is true to some extent, like in America as well, because once you're expected to work, like blah blah the workaday. But in my understanding is that it is quite a bit worse in Japan. They have a specific word for death by overwork. Their worker culture and worker protections are a lot weaker than ours. People often stay for unpaid overtime. Like they're expected to go to drinks with their boss. Like it's very, my God, the cat's battling. It's very toxic. It's not good. It's not good. I think this is specific to the anime and manga industry as well. For example, a good example that I know of is Shonen Jump. Who here knows what Shonen Jump is? Raise your hand, or hypers or whatever. Shonen Jump is like the premier shonen manga publisher. Like Naruto, One Piece, like most of the big anime and manga that you're familiar with got their start there. And basically what they do is they pick Bleach, they pick up and coming manga artists, and they basically say, this is your chance of a lifetime. Like getting published in Shonen Jump is insane. Like this is the front step of your career. So do your best. And usually what your best means is you better be willing to put out an insane amount of work as a single person. And that means like planning, writing, drawing, storyboarding, everything, like per week, like every week, Oda of One Piece has been doing this basically nonstop. He's a workaholic. Like if you are familiar with any like main running manga or anime series, it's probably born off the incredible work ethic of like a guy who is subjected to really strenuous working conditions, So this is like sort of an endemic problem. And I think that when stuff like this happens, Oda took 3 breaks and one of them was eye surgery. Yeah, he's going to work himself to death, They have a word for that. I don't know. Mangakas and Jump will have assistants, though. Having assistants lightens the load a little bit, but there's a limit to that. People will work themselves to death. I mean, literally, essentially. And it's pretty disruptive. And I think, every once in a while we get reminders from the outside world of how damaging the mistreatment of workers in this field is. Now, I think workers should be treated well purely for the sake of the workers being happy. Like, I'm not making the argument that the reason working conditions in Japan should improve is so that anime is good or whatever. What I'm saying is what we're seeing here is like a very specialized form of the toxic consequences of comparative advantage, specialized labor. If a group has an inclination towards producing some kinds of work on the relative like cheap, then the cost will be driven lower and lower and lower, and the margins will get thinner and thinner and thinner until eventually people are fighting over scraps. It's kind of insane to me that in an environment where anime is so popular these days, anime studios are working on shoestring budgets. A significant portion of the money an anime studio makes isn't even from the release of their anime. It's from Blu-ray sales, which are hideously overpriced, and merch, which are bought both by superfans, and they keep the series afloat. It just seems weird to me. Like if you could make a comparison, I guess, like over here in America, we have prestige television or like Netflix original specials that, while certainly not perfect, are sometimes given a decent like bedding of funding and time to work with. It's a huge like there's a gap between that and the margins that anime studios work on, and that causes harm to the industry. It causes harm to you. Have you ever looked at an anime that was made back during the like 1990s, like a decent production, like 12 episode anime or even a few OVAs, and thought, wow, they don't really make anime that look like that anymore? A lot of that isn't just a stylistic change or the shift from original like animation cells over to digital. A lot of that is also because if you go back far enough, they just literally had more money to work with. Think of like Premiere or mainline anime, right? Neon Genesis Evangelion. If you go back and watch the original TV series, not the remakes, not the movie, whatever else, just the TV series, you know? There's a lot of stuff that you can look at and appreciate there that, in my opinion, is reflective of the fact that the studio had not been reduced to like the utmost crunch in terms of like the money that they were given, the time that they were given. We're getting a worse product. Occasionally, there are anime that like break out and do really well in spite of these budgetary issues. And you know, like Jujutsu Kaisen is great in my opinion. You know, Demon Slayer looks great. I'm not saying that it's all bad now. I'm just saying that it's a really cutthroat industry, and oftentimes the fact that it's cutthroat comes at the cost of like stability, good working conditions for the artists, and artistic ingenuity. You know, there are a lot of like niche projects that aren't going to get funded because they don't produce the same guaranteed like merch and Blu-ray sales that you would get from standard shonen anime with side characters with big titties. You know, there's a reason why light novel adaptations keep getting made over and over and over again, and that's because when you make anime called I got hit by a truck and reincarnated in a world where every single girl looks like my mom but is also a child, the reason why those tend to get made is because they know that there's like a select group of like degenerate pedophiles who will spend their tech salary budgets on merch from that show and keep the studio afloat. Like, how do you think A1 Studios keeps their ridiculous production schedule going? You know? Or stuff that's genuinely inventive and creative. I'm going to say it. Fucking... Do I have it here? God damn it, it got moved. Like Dorohedoro, you know? Which is an experiment. But like, experiments don't get rewarded in industries that cutthroat, you know? They used to more. Not so much now. It's just kind of a shame how much everything has been homogenized, you know? Not to say Demon Slayer is bad or Jujutsu Kaisen is bad. They're not. But like, look, even with all the money in the world, like Studio MAPPA is doing phenomenally. And like, look, they're having these issues. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of rambling. It's an industry that I hate that occasionally produces pieces of art that I like. Are you perhaps saying that capitalism is bad? Maybe. Imagine trying to sell JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to a studio now. It was hard enough in the first place. That's true. This would be something that I would need to do more research on to really make the point. But I feel like if you look at which projects get picked up and funded, they are way more homogenized now than they used to be. Like, Evangelion was not just a mecha anime. It was this like psychological thriller that immediately distanced itself from the mecha tropes that its genre was sort of mired in. And it did really well. And sure, that was an exception even for its time. It just feels like every breakaway project now is shonen shit, right? Like, what big anime are big right now? I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that they're, you know, kind of genre samey, right? One Piece is huge. That's shonen. It's great. I love One Piece. But it is shonen. Demon Slayer is shonen. Jujutsu Kaisen is shonen. Chainsaw Man is a satire of shonen that also operates as a shonen. So, whatever. You know, My Hero Academia, shonen. Is Vinland Saga shonen? I think it borders between shonen and seinen personally. Like, you can enjoy it as a shonen in a lot of ways. I think it's on the cusp personally. What's seinen? Older audience. But I don't think it's like Berserk tier in terms of appealing to an older seinen. Seinen? That's how it's pronounced, not seinen. Overlord is pretty big. Overlord is degenerate shit. Okay. Overlord is pretty big. That's worse than shonen, okay? That's like isekai wish fulfillment, waifu bait shonen shit. Like, that's worse, okay? And there's whole like undermarket of like degenerate pedophile like gooner shit that I just have no respect for, but it's what sells. Vosh, you're falling for survivorship bias? No. I'm not falling for it. I'm pointing it out. This is what survives, you know? Load up the top 10. Sure. My anime list. Well, no, because the top 10 on my anime list by rating is going... Oh, you mean like by people who follow it, I guess? Yeah, I guess we can. Maybe this will disprove my point. I don't necessarily know. Hold on. Top anime series. But I don't want it by rating. I want it by number of followers. Most popular. There we go. Yeah, I feel like this actually proves my point, if anything. The top one is Attack on Titan, which, again, it's not a typical shonen, but, you know. Then there's Death Note. Okay. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, top tier shonen. One Punch Man, comedy shonen. Sword Art Online, isekai shonen. Boku no Hero Academia, straight shonen. Kimetsu no Yaiba, that's Demon Slayer, right? Yeah, shonen. Naruto, shonen. Tokyo Ghoul, never seen it. Pretty sure it's shonen. Hunter x Hunter, top tier shonen. Kimi no... Oh, this is a movie. Your Name? No Name? Whatever it's called. Attack on Titan. Steins Gate. Mystery thriller? Tokyo Ghoul is seinen? Okay. Mystery thriller, I guess. Boku no Hero Academia, shonen. Naruto Shippuden, shonen. Jujutsu Kaisen, shonen. No Gain, No Life. Degenerate isekai pedophilia bait. Worse than shonen. Shingeki no Kyojin, Attack on Titan Season 3. Shonen. One Piece, the big shonen. Also, this is one of the reasons why I don't trust my anime list. My anime list has a really weird, like, skew for popularity, because in terms of popularity, One Piece is like the god on top, like sitting on top of this list. One Piece is not the 19th most popular anime. Not even close. Movie, Code Gay Ass. I haven't seen it. Shingeki no Kyojin, Toradora, I haven't seen it. I know I should. It's been on the list forever. What the fuck is this? The Human Metronome. I don't know. ReZero. Shonen. ReZero is shonen. ReZero is shonen for people who think they're smarter than shonen. Okay, I fucking hate ReZero. ReZero mixes like degenerate isekai waifu bait shit with like people who like shonen but think they're smarter than people who like shonen. I fucking hate ReZero. I saw right as I started saying that, somebody in chat was like, "I like ReZero." Listen, if you like ReZero, okay, I love you. It's fine. FMA Brotherhood. FMA Brotherhood is goated, top tier. Again, sorry, this is just turning into like an anime list, like ranking list or whatever. The only point that I'm making is that I feel like the industry is stagnant in large part because creative limitations are imposed on the studios by like narrowing margins and poor treatment of the animators. Okay. Moving on. Okay. What genre would you call Spy X Family? Probably slice of life, right? Slice of life, cozy, you know? Dude, what the fuck? Damn, he's not usually this direct. To the cowards hiding behind the anonymity of the internet and posting Hitler was right, you got something you want to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? Okay, Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit about Western Jewish populations, coming from the disturbing realization those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face? No, there it is. And Elon Musk replying to that, you have said the actual truth. Damn, again, like, I know that Elon's Nazi-pilled. I guess I didn't really expect just, like, Jewish people want to flood our country with minorities and hate white people. I agree. Okay. Seriously, when is the European Economic Commission going to ban Twitter? Like, having the person who solely owns and runs Twitter just outright agreeing with Nazis has to be disqualifying. Shonen isn't even a genre or designation, it's a marketing term. That's true, but it's also kind of a genre, right? Like, anime, like when I say shonen, like I'm leaning heavily into the, it's like action, cool fight scene. I guess I don't really want to like genre set right now because I wouldn't call Berserk shonen. It certainly has plenty of action and fight scenes. There's everyone just wants to create their own power system where people get more powerful and do cool attacks they shout the names out of while they do it. And you know what? I think that's awesome. I think that's great. I'm not one of those smarmy dipshits who will look down on media because it's simple or accessible and say, oh, this isn't cerebral enough for me. I consume plenty of cerebral media. You can do it if you want. There's plenty out there. And there's also something valuable about just watching like a guy go fucking Texas punch and then punching a hole in the universe or something. Fucking, I don't know. Hell yeah, dude. Just make it good. That's why I like Jujutsu Kaisen. That's why I like One Piece. I do think One Piece actually succeeds at times in being a pretty thoughtful and intelligent in the way it like structures itself. But in terms of like the beat by beat engagements, action, character development, and writing, it's very simple, and that's fine because it's very well done. Simple doesn't mean bad, and complicated doesn't mean good. It's possible to make shit complicated that's also really bad and pretty stupid too, you know? Yeah, I generally think that Studio Trigger does some of the best work in terms of leaning into shonen bullshit and making it really fun and entertaining. Um, and Gainax before them with like Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill, like they know what they're doing. Excuse me, when it comes to playing with those tropes. What anime is complex but bad? Second season of Death Note. Very much like well, we're a big brain story, right? So let's engage in some fucking narrativizing. But yeah, hot garbage. I think that'd be a good example. Tokyo Ghoul, haven't seen it. Is Kill la Kill actually good? Yes, it's excellent. Even if it wasn't for the fact that it's very tightly written and very entertaining, which it is, it's also one of the best showcases of unique and inventive animation that exists. Kill la Kill is the best showcase you'll get of inventive animation outside of outside of like, I don't know. You have to go into more indie shit past that. Like, I don't know, Ping Pong, Tatami Galaxy. You have to get into weirder shit past that. Fooly Cooly, yeah, but a lot of the people who made Fooly Cooly also made Kill la Kill, so together. Where does B-Stars fall into this? B-Stars is what you watch if you're really, 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 really horny and gay. I couldn't do B-Stars. It's too horny, Lamau. Yeah, well. I really liked BNA for some reason. Am I a furry? BNA was okay. It was really pretty, but isn't B-Stars the furry one? Yes. What do you regret watching the most? I don't regret watching it. I have seen Redline twice. I don't regret watching it, but the worst anime that I've ever seen in my life, bar none, easily, not even a contest, Elfen Lied. I watched it on a like CRT TV with my college friends while we were half drunk in the like a dorm room, and it was comedy gold the entire way through. Elfen Lied might be a good example of complicated doesn't equal good, except it can't even succeed in being complicated. It doesn't know how to. It was written ineptly. If you have fond memories of it, what you actually have fond memories of is the opening 5 minutes of the first episode, where a like naked like lab experiment girl kills a bunch of guards with invisible tentacles. Like, so it's all like gory and edgy. Like they'll be like stop and lift guns, and then there'll be like a flash of in a line, and then they'll like fall apart to bloody pieces. That's what you remember thinking is good. The rest of it, and it's fine, I guess. Like, it's edgy, but edgy isn't always bad. Everything apart from that is like a completely different anime that's mostly about a weirdo pervert shonen protag wannabe boy raising a retarded cat girl. I'm not joking. She's a retarded cat girl. At one point, she is sitting on the ground eating with the family, and he's like, she's kind of dumb, but we can like help her out. And then she pisses herself. The anime shows a piss puddle forming around her legs in a clearly fetishistic. She's like retarded and underage, I think. It's like, it is so bad on every possible level. It's so bad. Yeah, not even exaggerating. Yeah, no, I'm not exaggerating anything at all. It's incredibly bad. I forgot I watched this till you said this. Why'd you make me remember? I blocked it out. Sorry. Sorry. Is there any leftist manga you recommend? One Piece? I don't really like read stuff for being leftist. You know, if it interests me, it interests me. You should catch up on One Piece. I'm only like 10 chapters behind a One Piece. Chill. Don't you like Made in Abyss? I've never seen Made in Abyss. My understanding of Made in Abyss from what people have said is that it's very yikesy, and you can take issue with it being yikesy, but there is at least an artistic purpose to it being yikesy, whereas the Elfen Lied shit is just pure, like, fetishy, like, gonzo shit with no artistic virtue outside of that edginess, you know? But I don't know. I've never seen Made in Abyss. What anime do you recommend for people who aren't into anime? Probably Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. There are a good number of anime that I think are good starter anime, but I think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is A, extremely good, B, very approachable, and C, does a good job of onboarding you onto anime tropes, so that if you watch something else in the future and it does some anime bullshit that is kind of like not comprehensible without any cultural familiarity, you'll have already watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and you'll be like, oh, I get it. When a character is suddenly drawn in a much more simplistic style, it's like a comedy beat. It's meant to indicate that they're being kind of dumb or they don't understand something, you know? Or they're like incomprehensible. Or like, oh, you know, when there's suddenly a cutaway and the music changes and there's a weird, like, incoherent background while a person dances around or does something. Like in anime, that's just like an exaggerated way of showing excitement or like a change in tone. It's not like weird shape-shifting magic, you know, shit like that. I know that sounds dumb, but there's a lot of stuff that really won't track if you're completely unfamiliar with the narrative and stylistic tropes behind anime, and that's just a familiarity thing. It's the exact same with our media, with Western media. There's lots of like generally Western stuff that we do in our stories that makes sense to us, you know, that you just learn to pick up on. Mob Psycho 100 is also very good, though it's a little bit more incomprehensible, but not like unapproachably so, I feel. I'm almost surprised you didn't suggest DBZ. That's because Dragon Ball Z is bad. It's a bad story. People only remember it fondly because of cultural inertia and because you watched like Toonami translations of it. It's bad. The story is incredibly uninteresting. The fight system and power mechanics are incomprehensible. There are no stakes. There's no real feeling behind anything. The style is, let's be fair, ugly past Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z is ugly. Dragon Ball is charming. By Z, they lose it. It just turned into a big, like, monstrously popular blob that people like for liking it. I'm willing to bet a lot of people who like it don't even like watch it or haven't watched it in a long time. Maybe there's just like they like the abridged series, or there's memes they remember from when they were young or whatever, or it's just like a thing people know to be popular, so they just kind of accept it. But I went back, I read the manga, even the manga in its original untainted form before you add in all of the filler bullshit and all of the weird delaying bullshit and all of the weird timing and weird line reads from the anime. Even the manga is pretty bad. The Dragon Ball manga is okay. But by Dragon Ball Z, nothing means anything anymore, you know? Does no one else feel like it's really dumb that by the end of Dragon Ball, when, you know, Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, people are fighting by punching and occasionally teleporting behind each other. And then in Dragon Ball GT, when people are theoretically strong enough to like delete universes by flicking their fingers or whatever, they're still fighting it exactly that way. It's all nonsensical. There's no way to like follow anything action-wise, which means the fights aren't interesting because you can't like engage with the GT is not canon. I'm just talking about like how things, whatever. Didn't we have something else we wanted to talk about? God damn it. Artemy, why are you being so friendly today? What's up? Yeah? He went, "Mrrr." Is that true? Is that true? Love you too, little man. What about Pokemon anime? All Pokemon anime I've ever seen is trash, except for the Aloha one when they did the art style changed. There was some good stuff there. Still kind of like for kids though. Like too kiddie for me, like too young, I guess. But it was better. Alola, thank you. Not Alola's a fucking awful. I only saw like 6 episodes of it. Fuck, man, there was another thing I want to do. Urgh! Okay, you're not distracting me anymore. Nice. So I got an email just a little while ago. A fan of mine spoke to Ben Shapiro at a UW-Madison, apparently. You know, because the only people that conservative demagogues will talk to these days are like college students with no preparation or whatever. Like that's the limit of their willingness to engage with opposing viewpoints. Anyway, the channel's Demigloom. You know, they have a bit of content going on, which I respect. They're a Wiggler. Is that true? A Cuffles fan as well. Well, UW-Madison is a good school. If they were a good school, they wouldn't let Ben Shapiro in. Anyway, they emailed me and they said that they weren't really happy with their performance in this mini debate, and they wanted my opinion. So, you know what? I haven't seen it. So I'll give it a look. Maybe it's actually good. Maybe shit themselves and run away crying. I have no idea. You know? Click the thumbs up, you coward. Okay. Click. Demi Gloom is in chat. No kidding. What's up, Demi?
Hello, Ben. There was a time...
Why is it so quiet? Why? They can never get the audio right at these fucking events. Hold on. I'll do the audio boost.
Where the word mother exclusively described a woman in relation to her biological offspring, but our definition has since shifted to account for adoption, leaving us with a more social and less biological outlook on motherhood. My question for you is how affirming transgender identity...
Right, sorry. I was reading chat there.
But our definition has since shifted to account for adoption, leaving us with a more social and less biological outlook on motherhood. My question for you is how affirming transgender identity is such a threat to biology when we have clear precedent for similar shifts in language.
Okay. Opening bit, 10 out of 10 flawless. That was perfect right there. Excellent question. It's one that I've never seen a conservative answer properly. You delivered it quickly and succinctly. You didn't stammer. Great, great.
Okay, so usually there is a distinction. You can call somebody mother, but then an adopted mother is not going to be insulted when you say biological mother. Right? An adopted mother is not going to say...
But they're still a mother. See, this is what they never answer. They're still a mother. Which indicates that the term mother is not purely biological. So if we're willing to make that acknowledgement, is there not perhaps some other acknowledgement we might make vis-a-vis the relationship between a social and biological construct? Who the fuck says biological mother casually? Yeah, the key difference here is that sometimes with adoptive parents, one might say, oh, I'm their mother, their biological mother is X. But what people don't say is, oh, I'm their adoptive mother, their real mother is X. People don't say that because that would imply that an adoptive mother is not a real mother when they are. What they're not is a biological mother. And people acknowledge this, usually. But they're still a mother.
The biological mother is an inappropriate term. The trans movement claims that the term biological female is somehow offensive. The trans...
Dodging the question, by the way, the question that she asked was about the acceptance of terminology shifting with regards to the biological nature of motherhood, not whether or not trans people are offended by the term biological woman.
Movement will claim that female encompasses not biology somehow. It's a bizarrely illogical categorization. So the trans movement is not a threat to biology. Biology is biology. People will continue to reproduce. I mean, some of us. But in any case, no implication made. But in any case, some people will continue to reproduce. Those reproductive those reproductive relationships will be almost entirely male-female. The only exceptions would be in vitro or artificial insemination, which will be extraordinarily tough.
Notice again how he's completely dodged the question here. This is one of the reasons why I don't usually think there's that much value in confronting people in environments like this, unless you have like the kind of question designed to make them fluster and bluster. Because he has the microphone, of course. You can't talk over him. The mic can be taken from you, whereas he can just ramble on and on about some other adjacent question. Sometimes it's possible to hold them to account. For example, Alec Gunter did a really good job just sort of, frankly, bullying Matt Walsh in the recent confrontation they had. But honestly, I'm surprised they didn't take Alec's mic away. You know, I'm surprised they didn't just yoink. Alec and Shark. Yeah, Shark also did extremely well. Bullied less, but still did very well.
Tiny percentage of actual inseminations and pregnancies. So biology is not threatened. Truth is threatened. I'm not worried about biology being threatened. If you want to threaten your own biology, I mean, that's your prerogative. But truth, the idea that male refers to a biological category as opposed to an idea that you have in your head that is unverifiable by any sort of objective reality, that is something that nobody who cares about truth should acquiesce to.
And yet, through the social process of adoption, which is not biological and therefore not tied to direct genetic lineage, we can call a person a mother even if they share no direct biological relationship with an adopted child. So the term mother, which does carry biological implications, has a non-biological meaning.
The entire way that we communicate is through words that have mutually agreed upon definitions. And the definition of a word cannot be
Bosch, are there any arguments that can be honestly made by the right that cannot be countered by the left? No. We are always right, and they are, at least in their disagreements with us, always wrong. The reason for this is because fundamentally, right now, the dichotomy between right and left framing of issues is one of framework. And the framework the right uses when engaging with these issues is fundamentally broken. Now, when I say the left is always right in this regard, what I am, of course, referring to is the idealized, like, material dialectic, you know, like, sort of intersectional Marxist framework of analysis, which obviously no humans perfectly subscribe to, including myself. Like, it's a matter of framework. There are conclusions that you can be led to that aren't perfect as a left-leaning person, but I struggle to imagine no, I guess I'm speaking a little bit hastily there. I guess what I should say is that if you're thoughtful and considerate and adopt a broadly progressive and left-leaning framework of analysis, I don't think that there's anything that you can lose to a conservative when it comes to issues of disagreement. Sometimes a conservative will say something correct, as if by accident, like, I think that a strong family is good. But what do they mean by a strong family? And what's more, do you necessarily disagree? Or is it the implication you disagree with, that a strong family is somehow a policy decision that should be pursued in lieu of more manageable and achievable goals? There we go. That's a bit better.
Ouroboros that eats itself. It can't be a woman is anyone who says they are a woman, which is a woman. It's completely circular. That has no definition. If you want to define a category, the category has to have definition. And any attempt to broaden that category out to include things that are clearly not in that category, and in fact...
Like mother? See, look, at this point, not only is he not answering the question, he's going on to directly do the thing that, what's it, doom and gloom? Demi-gloom, not doom and gloom. Demi-gloom, addressed in her opener.
There are only two categories, male and female. They're actually in the other category. That is a fundamental assault on the truth, and nobody should accept that.
So, like, this is like NPC talking points from him, right? Like, he was asked a pointed question. He does the same rambling as always, which is truth is under attack by the concept that a woman could mean anything other than a biological female. Which, again, he's doing the thing the point that was made here. Here are some easy questions, okay? Is an adoptive mother a mother? And then he might say, well, they're not a biological mother. I didn't ask if they're a biological mother. I asked if they're a mother. Could an adoptive mother be asked, oh, are you that child's mom? And say yes. To which he would have to say yes, because everyone agrees on this. Legally and socially, everyone accepts the fact that adoptive parents are indeed parents. If he bit the bullet and said no, then he's opening himself up to a bunch of attacks there. But assuming he said yes, here's another question. By what metric, then, does a person become an adoptive mother? So you could argue, oh, it's by the state, like you can legally adopt someone. Okay, what happened if there was an apocalypse? The state dissolved and we're all, fending for ourselves out there. There's no longer any legal entity to grant the status of adoption. But you, a woman, find a child who's like 2 years old and you raise them from that age up to an adult and you spend your entire life operating in the role of a mother to that child. Are you their mother even though you have no biological connection and there's no legal entity to officially grant you the adoptive title? Can a person only be an adoptive parent in a context where the state allows them to? Now, I don't know what exactly he would say to this, but what I do know is that no conservative that I've ever talked to has come even close to addressing these questions. Not only do they not have an answer, they can't even reach this point. They usually deflect or go to a different topic or run away from it, or they answer a separate question, or they get flustered and don't engage. I have never seen a direct engagement with these questions. I don't think there is an engagement that could make them look good.
In one of your more infamous debates, you said, "I'm not going to modify basic biology because it threatens your subjective sense of what you are."
Yes.
My argument is not that terms like biological female or biological male are necessarily
like your hoodie, by the way,
offensive. My argument is that you are saying that referring to a trans woman as a woman or a trans man as a man or et cetera, is like inherently offensive or threatens biology. And I'm curious why it's so threatened when there's clear precedent for changing the language.
Again.
Okay, so he's not going to answer this, obviously. I have to say, in terms of delivery, I feel like you're doing a lot better than you probably gave yourself credit for. You're very obviously nervous. If you were a perfect rhetorician, then you would project confidence in your posture and your speech. However, despite being very nervous, you're not stuttering. Like, you're actually speaking really clearly, and that's very impressive. Most people, when nervous, essentially lock up and can barely speak. Back when I was less proficient at public speaking, I would do that too. That's like a normal response to anxiety in that situation. You're projecting a nervousness, but it's not affecting the delivery of your message, which is impressive, and you should be proud of that.
The term mother does not include father. Every category has to have boundaries.
Not answering
the boundary
the
of female starts at male. And when you start including male in the category of female, you are threatening biological definitions as well as basic truth.
Well, you could say the category of mother.
Also, what he's saying is taxonomically nonsensical. The boundary of male is at the end of female. What does that even mean? Are you saying everything in the universe that is not a male is a female? Like, what do you mean? Everything in the universe that is not a female is a male? That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, he could be saying that there are only two categories, which is, of course, what he's trying to say. But the way he's trying to say it in this, like, edgy, smart boy, like, through facts and logic, I will taxonomically lay out the definitions of it. It doesn't make any sense.
Starts at conception or, a biological relation to an offspring. But as we know...
but again, the idea that you are... But the idea of motherhood being the act of mothering... Right, and that is a female. A female does the act of mothering. You can say that a female who does the act of mothering is a mother, but you also have a special category called biological motherhood. I'm not going to say that an adoptive mom and a biological mom have precisely the same definition. They don't.
Nobody said they do, but they're both mothers. And since an adoptive mom can be a mom, that means being a mom is not a purely biological. Notice that what he just said, by the way, is an acknowledgement that trans women could be, like, he did just admit, even though he can't grapple with it, that there are extra biological categories to these terms. There are exceptions that can be carved out. But again, like, he can't engage with it. And don't get me wrong, by the way, when I say this, I don't think if I was there, I could get him to acknowledge this. At most, what you could do is interrupt more frequently, project confidence, come across as sort of casually, disaffectedly amused by his inability to understand your question. What you want to do is fluster him. And the best way to fluster a person who's standing at a microphone behind a podium is to project to them that you're the one in control, even though they have all these signifiers of power. Look at him up there, behind the podium, on stage, 2 microphones, banners behind him. He should be in charge. And he is, of course, in technical terms, right? He can order your microphone taken away. He is in charge. But you can project enough confidence to fluster. And in flustering people, you open up opportunities to repeat your questions, to be incisive and direct. Now, I want to be clear, even the best rhetorician alive, I mean, even like some hypothetical god of speaking, would struggle to produce the best possible outcomes in an environment like this. So I just want to be clear here, in a direct one-on-one engagement, like maybe it's a different story, but in this environment,
underneath a subset of category called motherhood. That motherhood sometimes involves birth, sometimes it does not, but it's
sometimes the term mother is biologically determinative and sometimes it isn't. I wonder if so you're just opening up the definition of motherhood then, huh? I thought the truth couldn't survive having definitions include things which clearly are not a part of the definition, but now you're saying, again, he's lost this argument. Anyone smart enough to see it knows this.
Certainly involves being a female.
What do you think about the distinction between cis women and trans women?
Explain.
Well, you're saying that a more inclusive usage of the word mother isn't particularly offensive because we also have biological mother.
Yes.
We've offered the
perfect. In terms of how you're doing this, delivery is the key. I think in terms of the messaging here, you are on point. In terms of how to project the messaging, the confidence in this case is key because the crowd is laughing at the difference in your projected assertiveness. He's up there being calm and calculated and rational, and you're there, a student, you're nervous, you're leaning into the microphone. That the laughing, the tittering is because they anticipate his epic ownage of you, right? The destruction of you. What keeps them from laughing is the fear that you might get him. So this is how confidence compounds, and the lack of confidence compounds as well. The more they titter, the harder it is to get your points out. The more the audience appears to be on his side, the less charity people will afford to your points.
Term cis woman, and even biological woman or assigned female at birth. We've offered a variety of terms that properly categorize people.
Again, you cannot extend the term woman to apply to a biological male. Every category has an endpoint. If there are only 2 categories, male and female.
Again, this is taxonomically nonsensical. This doesn't make any sense. You can expand the definition of mother to include non-biological mothers, but you can't exclude the definition of woman to include non-biological women. It doesn't make any sense. He's essentially saying, "Nuh-uh, this is different."
And you say that female now is in this category. There are no definitions. There are no definitions. I mean, to paraphrase my friend Matt Walsh, I'm going to need you to explain what a woman is without reference to the word woman.
Wow, crazy. He's completely failed to answer the question and has dodged it every time, and now he's going to ask you what you think a woman is. Wow, this is why Ben Shapiro has stopped doing regular debates and is limiting his negative engagements to college circuits, okay? This is exactly why.
We can go on all day like this, but...
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily circular to say that a woman is someone who...
So at this point, and this compounds with time, at this point, the only response that you can make that will have any kind of positive outcome is to say, you failed to answer my question multiple times now. Why do you keep dodging it? There are a bunch of ways you could handle that, but past a point, the audience will begin to see you more and more as like a fiddly little technicalities deliverer, somebody with, oh, but what about this? What about this? You're not, of course. You're not that. But you have to present yourself as a threat because that puts him in a position where he feels he has to respond to what you've said. Because at that point, if you accuse him of just flat out ignoring your question, he can either say, well, all right, what is it again? Or like, no, I haven't, or what? But like, he has to engage with it or flee.
Exhibits womanhood.
Yes, it is.
And that
is definitionally circular.
Well,
and yeah, don't answer the question, what is a woman? They never care what your answer is. They will never engage with it. It is a complete waste of time. They might as well be asking you to like count out the digits of pi. Like, oh well, if you're so smart, then why don't you get 100 digits of pi? And you're like, okay. Like, there's no point in doing it. It's always to waste your time, and nothing you say will change the content of the conversation, unless you get one of the digits of pi wrong, or in this case, say anything even slightly rhetorically ineffective. In which case, he'll jump on it.
That's like saying a hand is something that fundamentally shows handhood.
Well, what I have
a tree is something that demonstrates the qualities of treehood. What?
I mean, if you get down to the very basics of like linguistic theory, past a point that kind of is the bed. Yeah, categories are made by us. We make categories. I mean, that's taxonomy. Yeah. Trees demonstrate the categories of trees, and we determine the categories of trees, but they're not exactly consistent, you know? Yeah, okay, this is getting like, it's like doctoral shit past a point, but like, this is why you shouldn't even engage with it. You think a retard like this is going to like engage with linguistic theory, you know?
What new actual definitional content have you added to the word?
I can define womanhood for you, which is a set of characteristics associated with females, and a woman as someone who exhibits said womanhood.
Okay.
So what you're saying here isn't incorrect, and it's defensible with a bit of fleshing out, but you shouldn't even say it, because it is you're listing the digits of pi.
Okay, well, you have just used the word female and woman to define each other. So you say a woman is a female, but not a biological female. A female is a woman, and a woman is a female. But at no point have you added any new content.
No, I said a woman is someone who exhibits.
This is another one of those fake smart guy gotchas where they're like, your definition includes the word you're defining. Define a chair. You can watch the whole goddamn Vsauce video if you want to, but yeah, it's not a real argument. Definitions are not objective. They're not concrete. There aren't rules. They're just what we generally agree upon. They're a social construct.
Womanhood, and womanhood is a set of characteristics.
Yes, and that doesn't mean anything.
Why does, how does it not
the
mean
reason
anything?
it doesn't mean, okay, again, a dog is a thing that exhibits the characteristics of doghood. It's
I mean, yeah.
a set of characteristics characterized by being a dog. I've added no content to that. If you have no idea what a dog is, you still have no idea what a dog is.
There are plenty of labels that refer to concepts. This is not a new thing.
It's not a label referring to a concept. It's a label that's referring to the same word as the concept. You can't do that. That's fundamentally circular.
Define a chair. Yeah. So I will say, an environment like this kind of necessitates aggression to an extent, very like controlled aggression. However, you aren't aggressive. And in spite of that, I actually think you've come across quite well here. You projected your voice clearly. You never backed down. You never seemed sort of like cowed or intimidated by his line of questioning. I think you actually did quite well here. You were very down in your email. I don't think it was warranted at all.
Word. I'm saying that womanhood.
You have not defined even womanhood. You said a set of characteristics that applies to females, and then you're applying it to males. So clearly, this is nonsensical. I'm sorry that it doesn't. I'm sorry that your attempts to worm a definition into nonsense are not succeeding. But like, I can't make that fit into logic because it doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry.
And this is, of course, why aggression is necessary. You know, you're playing chess with a pigeon. The only way to win against a pigeon in a game of chess is to flip the table before it does, and flip it in its direction so it gets sort of hit with a bunch of chess pieces and it hurts a little bit. Yeah, shit harder than it. Yeah, shit on the table harder than they do. What do you think would happen if you responded with adult human female when he asked? Don't. I just don't. Seriously, I've done this so many times. Whenever asked, what is a woman? All you have to say is, hey, we'll get to that, but you didn't answer my question. I don't appreciate you running away from it. And then if they're like, oh, you can't even answer woman, then you can just say like, hey, you can't even answer a question. I thought I was the one asking you questions. You're the one on stage. You want to switch places? Then you can ask me. Like and of course, this requires confidence, being quick-witted, because you're trying to reverse the power dynamic, make it seem like they're the one who needs to be, careful about how they speak. They're the one who has to be on off footing. All that being said, again, this is mostly rhetoric. This isn't really content. Vosh, they forced me to leave. I didn't back down, just to make it clear. Oh, I know that. I could see that. Sorry, I think maybe my webcam covered it up at the end there, but it was very clear from the way you turned around that somebody like ushered you away, because you had you'd been speaking there for about 6 minutes. Yeah. But yes, good to clarify that. Remember when you debated that philosophy PhD and you called your idea of gender as postmodernism? What would you describe your prescriptions that? No, anyone who says that a self-ID model of gender is postmodernist doesn't know what either of those things mean. Postmodernism is like a broad, it can mean a lot of things, but broadly like a theory of or understanding of truth that is pluralistic. That there are multiple narratives, multiple truths that have to be engaged with and woven together to form a concrete understanding of the world. And even then, like, postmodernists argue all the time over what it means to be postmodernist, okay? That has nothing to do with the concept that terms are social constructs. That's just a basic understanding of linguistics. It's also objectively correct. The idea that definitions are objective is an objectively incorrect take. It is unsupported at every level in semiotics, in linguistics, in history, anthropology. Okay, we're getting tweets. Hello, thank you. Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are fighting again. What? Oh, shit, they really fighting. Candace said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake." You cannot serve both God and money. Christ is king. So Candace Owens is basically a Nazi. So a lot of this is just basic dog whistling. Like, Christ is king is almost exclusively the purview of like edgy tradcath whatevers. And Ben replies, "Candace, if you feel that taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit." Ooh. "You've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. All we've had to sit back and allow it. I've all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion, but you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it." Ha! Guys, how many times have I said before? Ben Shapiro is on a ticking clock at the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is more and more becoming like a tradcath Nazi org. And everyone understands that. Everyone knows where they're shifting and why they're shifting that way. And Ben Shapiro is like the one resident Jewish, fascist, but not Nazi, like, holdout, you know? I'm telling you, past the point, they're going to broken glass his ass. They're going to kick him out. Like, they already did this to an extent with Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder had a public beef with the Daily Wire with regards to a potential contract. And Steven Crowder was like, "Hey, you know, at least this way I'm not working for a Jew." When he wasn't with the Daily Wire. And Candace Owens was Candace Owens defending Steven Crowder? I think she indicated some degree of sympathy. Or no, am I thinking of a different thing? No? Okay, then I am wrong on that. There was another instance where Candace Owens was being very contrarian to what Ben Shapiro was saying. Oh, it was Kanye. It was Kanye. Yeah. She defended Kanye when he was like openly Nazi posting. That was it. That was the thing. Yeah. The girls are fighting. She's anti-Semitic, no doubt. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know. Well, that's Nick Fuentes, by the way. Hey, didn't I say the current situation with the Gaza Strip is going to give a bunch of Nazis the opportunity to morally high road Zionists? Remember? I said this. I warned of this. I said, you know, Nazis are going to look at this with diamonds in their eyes because now they can, like, openly go after Jews under the guise of being anti-Zionist. Probably not great. Ben Shapiro leftist grifter arc soon, maybe? Nah. The most he would ever do is some Lincoln Project bullshit. Probably not even that. All right. It has been a stream. I'm going to read super chats very quickly and read the remainder of the donos tomorrow. There's lots of stuff to go over tomorrow, like that Hassan debate and probably more drama with Daily Wire and a bunch of other stuff. But in the meantime, I have to sit at my computer silently wondering if reinstalling Factorio would be good or bad for my mental health. I love you all very much. I hope you take care. Let me read these super chats here. Crime Candle, thank you for the $2. LJ, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Benjamin Gilbert Live, thank you for the 5. Nice try. Crime Candle, thank you for the 5 as well. Really appreciate that. Yes, climate change has ravaged Washington in terms of like seasonal effects. Tito451, thank you for the $10 and $5 both. I really appreciate that. Do you think it's better to have Israel dissolved and to give the Israelis the option to move out? Not necessarily supporting this, just curious. No, I don't really think there's much of a geopolitical path towards the dissolution of Israel. Right now, it doesn't feel like there's any good path forward, to be honest, like realistically. I don't, even if a lot of them are gigantic dicks, I don't think it's morally right to oust the Israeli people from there, even if they're only like a generation removed from the formation of the state. Like, if they were born in Israel, I don't feel comfortable with any justification for ousting people from their land. And by their land, I don't mean like Palestinian land or Jewish land. I mean literally their land, like the guy, the person land, you know? Adrian Zhipov, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Bro, GERD sucks, my everything hurts. Didn't know it caused that. Bro, look up ways of addressing it. It can be addressed. Reduce the amount of fatty and acidic foods that you eat. Don't eat before laying down or sleeping. And you can get some easy, cheap, over-the-counter medicines that reduce the acidity of your stomach. What is GERD? Gastroenteronom. It's bad. Stay curious, the $5. 86 takes, the most nuanced take of any systemic racism seen in an anime other than One Piece. I haven't seen it. I can give it a look. Kiwi Chippy, thank you for the 2 New Zealand bucks. I appreciate that. Yeah, GERD is basically super acid reflux. All right, I love you guys very much. Thanks for the great stream, by the way. I had a really good time, despite being, like, really, really tired. I'm going to host Beetle Moses, who appears to be doing an art stream right now. Beetle Moses, my good buddy. Go on over there and be nice to him, okay? Say hi from me. Where's the button? There it is.